All right. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Board of Trustees, Emory Unified School District. Can I have roll call, please, Ms. Tamery?
Member Williams-Muller.
Here.
Member Dwin.
Here.
President Dice.
Here.
Member Effelt.
Present.
Member Ash.
Here.
Member Pats.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, I could please ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do we have any changes to the agenda this evening following any changes, amendments? All right. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Any objections to the motion and the second? We'll move accordingly. At this time, we'll move into item D, public comment, opportunity for members of the public to address the board that are on items that are not covered in this evening's agenda at this time. All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to item E, public hearing on the 2014 I'm gonna say draft budget. Is that the phrase there? All right. I know, adopted budget. It's okay. All right. So at this time, last night we did have a similar public hearing, and this is actually our second one. So at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on the draft budget. If there's any comments, public comments to it at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we'll now actually move into item F, study session on the 2014 soon to be adopted budget, our draft budget. Dr. Sugiyama?
Yes, President Dice, members of the board, this evening we'll be presenting, Mr. Benet will be presenting to you information on the preliminary budget for 2014-15. Of course, the board is scheduled to adopt the budget at its June 25th meeting, as school districts are required to adopt a budget for the subsequent year not later than June 30th. So Mr. Benet will lead us through the presentation of the materials.
So welcome all. This, I will tell you, has been one of the more challenging budgets that I've developed in my career, with having to deal with the local control accountability plan and the new local control funding formula that was put into place last year, but we kind of grew into it, and this is really our first time using that new local control funding formula as a basis of our general fund unrestricted dollars to be used in 2014-15. So with that, I did give a presentation back in January with regard to the governor's proposals in January, and for education throughout the state, those dollars really haven't changed much. The governor's May revise did increase by $2.4 billion at the statewide level. However, they're entirely consumed by other expenses, none of which went to education. They went to things like Medi-Cal. They're putting money into a rainy day fund, and the governor is paying off some of the wall of debt, some of that which is owed to education, but it's not seen as additional growth dollars for school districts. One of the other changes from the January proposal to the May revise which we're using that information to develop the 14-15 budget, is an increase in the STRS payments for employers. So it will cost us an additional 1.25% for our certificated staff members that are in the California State Teachers Retirement System. So those are the basic changes in the governor's budget from his January proposal to the May revise. Now there will still be some changes as the legislature makes proposals from this May revise, and they have negotiations with the governor for the final state budget that is adopted, which is supposed to occur before June 30th. So throughout the state and for the education budget, again, we are using the LCFF-based grants amounts for 2014-15. And we went through some of this information with the board at previous meetings. We went through how all that was calculated and how the supplemental and concentration grants were calculated and what they mean to Emory. Cash flow for 14-15 will be improved. When I said the governor is paying off the wall of debt, he was basically borrowing from education and paying us a year later than when we earned the money. So we were having to watch our cash flow. Well, the governor is going to make us whole next year, so we will get the money that we earned in 14-15 in the same year that we earn it, instead of paying it a year later. There is a small increase in funding under the LCFF funding model. Again, an LCAP begins to be implemented. So this is the first year of LCAP 14-15, and we'll be going through the LCAP study session as soon as we're finished with this budget study session. Common Core begins to be implemented. It's been it's a two-year process. We received about $150,000 last year. Some of those dollars we did use this year, and some of those dollars will be used in 14-15. So the LCFF funding model includes a cost of living adjustment, and right now that's calculated at 0.85%, which is very small. We do get additional dollars, but those dollars will be coming in under the supplemental and concentration grant line item, so to speak. So what is some of these effects on Emory? Well, we will be receiving about $85,000 more in our base grant, $241,000 in our supplemental concentration grant. The cost of the STRS increase of 1.25% will be approximately $53,700. Some of the other major changes going into 14-15 is our federal Gear Up grant, which I believe this year was about in excess of $300,000, included about $86,000 in payroll expenses. So next year, going into 14-15, without that federal grant, the district will have to pay for those salaries in 14-15. So that will cost the general fund about $86,000. One of the other expenses that the district will be picking up, or general fund will be picking up, is the expense for our nurse. In the past, it's been funded out of MAW, and the federal government has withheld payments to states because of the way school districts were reporting the allocations or the use of the MAW reimbursement. Not the use, but how we were reporting to gain those dollars. So they want they wanted districts to clean up the way they were reporting our cost, and we're a little more specific and stringent with the way districts were reporting those costs. They wanted us to be more specific. So we've done that. We've worked with a consultant with regard to submitting that information to the feds. We have all that collected. All of those costs are in for actually 12-13 and 13-14, and we're very hopeful to start getting those dollars very soon. We've made numerous calls to our consultant because we really don't know where that sits yet between the state and the feds with regards to us recouping our dollars.
Mr. Burnett, I thought we had made a decision to pay for the nurse out of the partial tax.
We do, but that's still an additional burden on the district that we didn't have in the past. And we were assuming that we'd get those funds, by now we would know how we'd get those funds. And as of today, we still don't know that those MA dollars are coming in. It was our hope that we would know by now that those funds would come in, but we're still kind of in limbo with that.
Well, I mean, when you say general fund, I'm thinking more of the base, not the partial tax. So when you describe this as the general fund, are you actually talking about the base, or are you talking about the partial tax? Or are you consolidating them both together?
I'm consolidating both, because in my head, both of those programs are unrestricted dollars.
I got that.
So, Mr. Bonet, the $85,000 base increase, is that after these other base costs have been taken into account? The STIRS, the Gear Up, the nurse?
No, that's...
Or before?
I think it's before.
So then we have a sort of a negative, base increase, as it were.
Right, and I'll get to that because it all shows in our deficit spending projection for next year. So once we accumulate all the revenues and expenses, some of these things are what plays into the deficit spending.
Can we go back to the MA a second? So are we doing just the MA billing, or are we doing the LEA billing as well with Medi-Cal?
I believe
Because
we're
MA
doing...
is just time surveys, not direct service.
We're doing both the LEA, Medi-Cal billing, and MA billing.
Okay, and what agency are we using to recapture those funds?
That specific program is operated by Ms. Dunn, so...
Good evening.
Good evening.
Say that again.
So what agency are we, you said he contracted out to
We work
recapture
with
the
an
funds?
agency called Leader Services.
Leader Services,
And Leader
okay.
Services takes care of all of our billing, and they send the information and everything that we've done on our week a quarter surveys to Michelle Cowart over at the regional office, and then they send it on to the federal government. And I called today and sent some information. I asked about a month ago, and they said that we have submitted everything for the last 2 years that we were supposed to submit, because we had to actually go back, look at all the quarter by quarter, they had to resubmit each one of those reports, and then take out the people that they said would not, like the PE teacher, who actually did talk about Ma in her PE class, but that was not one that the federal government would
Right,
pay
they're not
for.
recognized,
So,
yeah.
or recognized. So we
Yeah.
had to take all of those out, and they resubmitted them again for us, and so they're in submission, and we're in line with all the other school districts in the state of California to take care of that. And what was interesting is when we got the deferral in the first place, they went to very large school districts like LA. I don't think they went to Oakland, but someplace else, and they asked the folks who were doing the submissions what was MA, and nobody could tell them. In our district, they knew, because we tutored people got information, but they didn't ask smaller, so everybody in the state was blanketed with the information, but that's how it's working at this point. We also do LEA billing, which means the nurse, the social worker, the speech therapist, all of them can bill for
And the
Medi-Cal
psychologist,
hours.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
So are we, as I understood it, number one, as you explained, it wasn't that we were doing anything wrong. There were other bigger districts that weren't really following what they were supposed to be doing, and then everyone got hit with this
The entire
delay.
state of California was put on notice.
Okay. But number two, is the money coming back such that some point next year or sometime, maybe even this year, we might be able to pay for our nurse out of with
Mhm.
these federal dollars instead of our general fund dollars?
Most definitely. I'm hoping this year. They said that we were in the queue, whatever that means, and I'm going to keep on them again to just kind of give us an idea. But we're at the mercy of the federal government. And now that they're healthier and they're giving out information on it, it seems like that we should be getting paid this year. But the
In
program
14,
is
15.
continued. The program will be continued for the next 2-3 years, actually.
So in 14, 15, we might actually get, does that mean?
We get 10, 11, 10,
Yeah, 3 years.
12,
In arrears.
12, 13, 13, 14, and we'd get 14, 15.
Okay, we get in
Okay, so.
Because it's usually a year's delay, so 14, 15 would actually come in, a year's delay, but we
Okay.
get the other two.
My question I'm not trying to ask is that 89,000 then
No.
going to go away, as it were, go back into our general fund at some point once we get these reimbursements?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
Mr. Bonet doesn't seem,
Yes, we're hoping to pay ourselves back first and then continue the program with additional MA dollars.
So-
The problem was, we were under the understanding we would receive those dollars by now,
Uh-huh.
and we have not. So
so you're saying we need to put it in the budget
No.
that's,
that is to be adopted,
right. To be funded out of the general fund.
so that
and
we
our- and
continue
our-
to have a nurse?
Right, and our hope is to receive those dollars in the next 4 to 6 months. We'll be back as soon as we find out that we get these dollars. We'll do a budget adjustment and we'll convey that information to the board at the first interim report, I hope, knock on wood. But for right now, it's being funded out of the general fund. So we'll pay ourselves back for the last 2 years and then proceed with the nurse being funded out of MA going forward.
So the MA funds are unrestricted. I do have a concern if we're getting the LEA funds and just putting them in one pot, those can't be used to pay for mandated staffing. They have to be supplemental and not supplant anything. So we are differentiating between the two accounts. Definitely. Okay, I just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
So the next slide breaks down our general revenues, and I'll be going through in more detail the backup for these sources of revenues on a line item basis. So I'll go through more additional information in a bit as soon as I get through this PowerPoint. So we have our unrestricted dollars at $8.4 million, our restricted dollars 1.4, for total income estimated to be $9.8 million. The sources are LCFF at 5.7 million, federal revenues 267,000, other state revenues 529,000, other local revenues 2,852,000, most of which, actually 2.5 million, come from our parcel tax. And then we receive a transfer in from our SELPA for our special ed program for 491,000.
Okay, so that's the restricted funds,
Yes.
special ed. Okay. That was a question that I had. Yeah, okay.
Going to our expenditure page, we have certificated salaries, 4.2 million, classified salaries, 1.4, employee benefits, 2.3, books and supplies, 534,000, services, other operating expenses, 1.8, total expenses, 10,470,000. And then we make a contribution to our cafeteria fund of $176,000. That's what we're budgeting, which shows that we are deficit spending $749,000. So we're estimating a beginning balance of 4 million. With our expenses exceeding our revenues, our beginning or ending balance is projected less than our beginning balance by $700,000. So we're estimating $3.3 million ending fund balance come June 30th, 2015. And then the breakdown of those dollars are under the components. And these are estimates as of June 30th, 2015. So there are certain things that can happen between now and then, like the payment of our MA dollars back to us, which would increase our ending fund balance. So we have $10,000 for revolving cash fund. We have a 4% reserve designated for economic uncertainties, 425,000. We had $1 million set aside in 2013-14 for our RDA loan. Because of our deficit spending, that has dropped considerably to 425,000. We have a reserve for the lease with our city for the use of our gym in the field. Originally, that was that gets amortized every year by about $37,500. So every year it will go down, but we carry this as a liability on our books because we owe that to the city. And that goes to help pay for operational costs up and beyond what the district would provide to our students. So the PG&E, water, sewer, and things like toilet paper, the field maintenance, custodial overtime. We have the capital outlay reserve, and that consists of $171,000 out of our parcel tax dollars. Last year it was $400,000. We've spent that down. We've spent it on computers for computer labs. We've spent it on computers for our teachers, iPads for our students at both the elementary and the high school level. We have made considerable investment in technology over this last year with one-time carryover dollars out of parcel tax. We are reserving dollars for MOU 3 with the city. That joint occupancy agreement calls for the district to set aside funds to replace large equipment and or deferred maintenance items. For example, roofing, HVAC, asphalt, concrete, painting of the buildings, replacing the carpeting, replacing flooring, things that you would normally pay for over the next 30 to 50 years. We have no unappropriated general fund balance. We do have a restricted ending balance of approximately $297,000. The $241,000 consists of the supplemental concentration grant that still has to be allocated into our expenditure column.
Did I hear you right? You said we have no unrestricted, unappropriated
That's correct.
portion of the ending fund balance?
That's correct. Unless we were to get additional funds to come in, for example, the MAW dollars come in, and if those, let's say, are $200,000, we would pay ourselves back. Those dollars would go into the ending fund balance in that line item.
So
Or they could go into that line item.
the city 40-year lease, that's to pay for the upkeep of the facilities that we've.
That's to pay for the operational cost from MOU 2
Of the.
of the agreement that we
Yeah.
currently have with the city for the use of the gym and the field.
I just wanted to point out, though, that if there are other revenues that do come in the next 3 to 6 months, you need to look at those additional revenues as reducing the deficit, the projected deficit spending for next year. So it's not necessarily new dollars in that sense. I mean, on one hand, it's new dollars,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, it serves the purpose of reducing the amount of deficit spending in the coming year.
Well, should it go into another fund, not the ending fund balance, when it comes in, if that's the case, like the MA dollars? And I ask, in part, because the legislature moved last night in conference committee to set a new maximum on ending fund balances. That
Is that yet to be decided with the adoption of the budget, or is that just a proposal?
It's in the language that's going to the governor to be decided on Sunday by June 15th.
What's the increase in percentage? That's what-
I'm fuzzy on the details because they haven't even released the language. But, you know, there's,
So they're increasing the reserve amount that districts have to reserve?
no, well, they're setting a maximum, not a minimum. So above that, you're going to have to spend it. So that if there's MA dollars, for example, that we know we need to pay, then we should spend. If we've got city dollars that we need to set aside pursuant to MOU 3 or the joint occupancy agreement, we might not, they're not true unappropriated ending fund balance that should be in the same fund.
So we may have to assign some dollars in
I
to restrict it?
I have read something on that, and there's quite an argument whether this actually takes local control away from local districts, as opposed to, here, we're giving you LCFF, that this is all local control, and now you're tying my hands with this additional maximum ending fund balance or reserve?
Yeah, so it's basically saying you need to spend your money.
They kind of did the same.
That puts districts in a precarious situation, especially districts like Emory, that have fluctuations in their ADA, which is the basis of your general purpose dollars.
Yeah, I mean,
So I'm still waiting to see what
it's
the...
legitimate. You know, there's a reasonable point that we shouldn't have a big pot of money sitting there that we're not using. We should be spending on programs and people and education. If we've got significant pieces of our ending fund balance that actually are restricted in a sense because we have legal obligations we need to fulfill, we ought to make sure somehow that they're not in our ending fund balance if they're not really truly unrestricted dollars sitting in a reserve pot.
Well, this district could put those dollars towards that RDA loan instead of the unappropriated area.
Or we're just going to have to assign it and restrict some of our ending balance. it's not restricted.
but not-
We will cross that bridge when we come to it,
Yeah.
because it,
Yeah, exactly.
once it gets adopted into law, we still have 60 days after the adoption of the state budget to make adjustments to our budget, and that will be one of them.
All right, yeah, just something to put on the horizon, thinking about.
President Dice, could I ask if the board members could speak into their mic, because
Okay.
it's a little hard to hear on this side, board member questions. Thank you.
So if we look at our multi-year projection, the middle highlight in yellow shows our deficit spending of $749,000. I would suggest, or highly suggest, that we start to address the deficit spending going forward. And the $472,000 is a little misleading, because what we've included in the revenue are the increases for the supplemental and concentration grants and increases in the base grant to our LCFF funding. But because we still haven't allocated those dollars in the expenditure side, that those will increase and have to come from somewhere, and they'll have to come from the ending fund balance. So we truly need to address our deficit spending.
Okay, you kind of lost me there. So are you saying we're counting the revenue, but we're not counting the expenses in the multi-year projection?
For our supplemental and concentration grant dollars. Because we haven't adopted our plan yet, and we haven't identified where those supplemental and concentration grant dollars are going to go.
So let me ask this.
So I can't budget expenditures if I don't have.
No, I got you. My question is regarding revenue. So how are we affected at this point with our ADA, and how that reflects our revenue?
So what we've done for our budget projections for the next 3 years, I'm projecting us to be flat at 703. I will tell you our enrollment went down this year as opposed to last year.
Right.
And our ADA went down slightly at P2. We estimated 703, and I believe we came in at like 799.
699.
699, sorry.
So
that's a difference of 4, which doesn't sound like a lot,
It is a lot.
but it is a lot for Emory.
So is our 15, 16, 16, 17 revenue multi-year projection, is that based on a 703 or a 699?
It's
ADA?
based on 703.
So that could be reduced as well if ADA stays the same or go down any further.
That's correct.
Where did we go down? Where was the largest decrease in ADA, at the elementary or at the high school?
I believe at the high school.
We had picked up a little. We picked up a little bit at the high school.
Not yet. We'll.
Okay, all right. I'll let you continue.
Can I
So-
ask a
Okay,
quick
go-
question
go
before you
ahead.
go on? You keep mentioning the supplemental concentration grant and not having spent it. What's the dollar amount on that?
So this year it's the 241,000. Next year I believe it goes up to 535,000. So it increases another additional 300,000. And then I believe it goes up another 200,000, maybe a little less than 200,000 in 16, 17. I can have those exact numbers for you.
That's good enough. Thank you.
And tell me again how it is or isn't reflected in this multi-year projection?
So the income for LCFF, based on 703 ADA over the next 3 years, is included in the multi-year projection. The
The
increase
revenue.
for LCFF and the increase in the base is included in the revenue piece.
Okay.
What's not included is the expenditure piece, because this district hasn't.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what we're gonna spend it on, but we know we are gonna spend it. So, on something, so.
But I
shouldn't it
can't,
at least be in the
I can't
expenditure
put
piece?
that into,
In the big line item budget, yeah, but in this budget, it's not line items, it's just one expense line.
it will come out of the ending fund balance, is what I'm saying.
Mhm. So that 241 plus 500 plus another, 600 or so in year 3, that'll be, all of that's coming out of the ending fund balance?
That's correct.
So-
We're
so
going to have
that's-
to address.
That's $1
the-
million there.
The programs that are encroaching right now, be it federal or state categoricals. And we're going to have to really take a hard look at what we're doing at both school sites and throughout the district, operationally.
Or we need to look at how we can increase our ADA to keep our revenue neutral as well.
That's correct. So we've been saying we've had a structural deficit problem. We do. Even though we received a large amount of cash in 12-13 from the redevelopment funds and that lawsuit settlement in Los Angeles Unified that made us basic aid for 1 year. But those are one-time monies, and
But this is what concerns me is the decline in ADA, because that's how the district went under the last time. And, for me as a board member, I was not aware that ADA had declined, like it did. So for me, I think we need to, also be talking about how are we going to come up with strategies to increase our ADA. And if ADA is declining at the high school, we really need to look at that,
Just one, agreed. One comment I had in terms of Gear Up, just before we move beyond too far and go into budget assumptions too. In terms of the Gear Up, which notes here that it expires this calendar year, I think the intent is to actually go back out, right, for Gear Up? Is that the plan?
Yes, we're in the process of actually looking at reapplying for another 6-year cycle of Gear Up funding. The grant deadline is July 7th. Ms. Allen has already convened a committee, including partners that are required to be part of that grant, and the Townsend Public Affairs the district retains has already contacted us because they have a presence in Washington, and so they will be assisting us with that grant application.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to highlight that one. 300 plus is a big number. Okay, thanks.
Just, for just brief history, I think back when I was here previously, and at that point we were still housing the secondary program at the old ESS site. I think there was some anticipation back then that when we were looking at temporary facilities for the 9-12 students, that there was the possibility that we would lose some ADA. At the same time, we also anticipated that when the new facility is completed, we would have an increase in ADA. So, I certainly, the board could direct staff to develop a somewhat more conservative ADA number. However, the net effect on the budget when you adopt it is it'll show a much lower ending fund balance. So it's kind of 6 of 1,
No, I understand that, but, I just was not aware of a decline in ADA like we have.
You're talking about in the past, when the district went bankrupt the first time?
No, I'm talking about this year. I didn't know that we were down to $6.99 in ADA. I thought we were still somewhere in the $7.20, $7.25. I knew we was basing our this budget on 703, but I didn't know we dropped down to that low.
I think I've reported that this year's budget, the 13-14, was based on 703, and next year we're basing it on 703. I believe I have shared that information with the board.
But we dropped
The
lower than that. To the mic. You gotta come to the mic. You gotta come to the mic. You gotta come to the mic. Hold on.
I just want to let you guys know on the P2, 13-14 P2, the ADA actually is 697, not 699. And then our enrollment is from 12-13 P2 730
Okay.
to right now 701 or 70
Okay.
something,
Okay.
just to let you know.
Thank you.
Well,
So I stand corrected.
well, just in general, I think it's just a matter of, and we've had in the past, and we just need to look at that practice again about looking at our retention. I forgot all the R's, but all that, our program, our enrollment, the whole process and policy, and how that activity is going. And it's not necessarily, this year a lot is different, but I think just in years past we've done that, and I think we just need to pay closer attention to that effort and definitely assure all of us that we're attracting and retaining students and finding out what's happening or not happening when that isn't happening. So I think that's really, I think essentially that's the issue. It's just being more present about it.
The district has been pretty diligent about calling parents with regard to absences. Our wellness coordinator, I know, was calling at the elementary school site and the high school
Yeah.
students anytime they were absent or missing a period. And we have a pretty high percentage of ADA compared to enrollment, at least at the elementary level. Actually, it's really, really good. It's about 96%, 95%, which is really good. I will tell you, with regard to the construction of ECCL, one of the last districts I worked at, we were in the process of building a new high school, complete tear down. The school at that time housed 2,400 kids. The first year that the brand new school opened up, it had 2,600 kids, and now has close to 3,000 kids. And a lot of those students were going to districts outside the district. So I'm hoping that it has the same effect here. But we have to wait and see.
No.
Going back to the analysis of the fund balance, the district does maintain the required 4% reserve in 14-15 and then throughout 15-16 and 16-17. And I guess we'll still wait for what those maximum levels will be. And my guess is one of the reasons why this maximum is going into place is that with the fear of Proposition 30 not passing last November, or November 2012, was it? I can't. That districts did build up a reserve because there would have been massive cuts had that not passed. And by all indications, it wasn't supposed to pass without the fight of the governor going up and down the state urging the passage of Proposition 30. So, and it is set to expire. It's not, the tax is an ongoing, it will expire in, I believe, 6 years or now 5 years. So we will be putting those into our multi-year projections, that expiration of that in the near future. Again, our ending balance is estimated to be 3.3. We are looking at The STRS rate increasing in 15-16 of 1.6%, and then an additional 1.6% in 16-17. So that's going to be in excess of $55,000 in each of those years, so it grows. Again, Proposition 30 starts to expire in 16-17. We lose $47 per ADA. And then in 17-18, we lose another $95 per ADA. So those start to become significant numbers for us in the future.
And the STRS, that's a compounded 1.6%, right?
That's correct.
And then it doesn't it even increase more steeply after 16, 17?
Yes, I think there's a 20-year projection with it increasing up from.
I think it's
So this year is 8.25%
Yeah.
of.
But something in like 8 or 9
To
years.
19%.
Yeah, in like 8 or 9 years,
Yes,
it's going to be
it's
19%.
it's very significant. Without any new dollars coming to schools to help pay for that.
And the reason for that is that the governor wants to try to fund the unfunded liability for PERS.
For CalSTRS.
CalSTRS, I'm sorry, yeah, it's CalSTRS, for STRS.
So sometime back, the fund in its heyday was making lots of money. They increased benefit. The legislature did that with STRS without any input from schools, teacher unions, and everybody was happy. Because of the economic downturn, their portfolio took a big hit, and so there is a unfunded liability now.
And it you know, it's one that does need to be addressed. It gets more expensive if we don't address it. But the projection has the district, not the state, taken the most, you know, the biggest piece of the hit on it, and there's no additional funding that's being put in to support this. So it's really going to pinch us on our ability to increase and improve programs here.
This will
And
also
everywhere.
this will also affect us at the table in the future, because some of the costs get shifted to the employees.
Mhm.
So I believe in a couple of years, the state is proposing that the increased contribution from the employee starts to kick in for our certificated staff.
Mhm. And you want to be able to pay teachers when they retire, you know. I mean, you know, we have to advocate for it, you know, as well as teachers being able to have their retirement once they retire, you know. But I do agree with you, Member Adfield. It does, you know, put a pinch into the district's budget. But at the same time, hopefully in the end, the employee will get, you know, those funds back to them for their living expenses when they retire.
As a member of STRS, I thank you for that.
Yeah. I mean, no.
It's also a nice workaround for Prop 65, because as the state has to pay more into STRS, if they do it through the district, it gets them out of that 2/3 ceiling requirement.
Mhm.
It's actually not, while not good for districts, it's an interesting sort of workaround for the state.
Right.
So.
You mean Prop 98?
98, sorry. I tried to sound like I knew something there and missed. So.
Okay. So I gotta know. That prop, yeah.
So I had questions here, but I'm going to go through in more detail the next set of pages that start with the budget assumption. And I'll try to go through these a little more quickly.
So I'm going, before you start, so I'm going to assume that we are not expecting any carryover from any of our programs from 13-14?
There's minimal carryover.
Okay. All right.
There is some carryover in some funds.
So that's a hope of maybe a little bit of increase in revenue for 14-15 in certain pockets?
Maybe, yes,
Maybe.
small.
Okay.
Because I think we're pretty good on our projections for the ending fund balance, but there may be additional dollars that fall out when we shake that tree.
Right. And if that happens, we'll see that at first interim as well, correct?
You may see that sooner after the state budget. If there's some changes, we'll bring that back 60 days
Okay.
after the state
Right.
adopts its budget.
Okay, sounds good.
You will know more definitively about other unrestricted dollars that are carryover when the district's able to close the books on
Right.
13, 14.
Okay, thank you.
So the budget assumptions that are included in 1415, we've gone over this with the board in the past, so I'll go through this quickly. We're hoping our enrollment goes up, back up to 732, to give us a projected ADA of 703. We're assuming a class size student to teacher ratio at 20:1 for K3, 29:1 for grades 4 through 6, 26:1 for grades 7 and 8, and 19:1 in grades 9 through 12, and that's what we have about now. And actually maybe a little higher, as Ms. Sue said, our enrollment has decreased slightly. We're looking at 27 FTE at Anna Yates with those listed class size projections there. That's still on page 7. Page 8, we go to additional staff we have at Anna Yates, and that's we had a teacher coach, art teacher, science teacher, librarian, ELD teacher, instructional assistants, 2 in our ELD program, 1 in technology, and 1 for physical ed. At our high school, we're projecting to have 12.4 teachers with a 0.6 counselor. Going to page 9, some of our classified positions, we have 2 administrative assistants at the elementary school. And actually, we have to make a change on the high school. We have 1 administrative assistant at the high school, and we've moved the register data coordinator to the district office.
Okay. 'Cause I've seen it, yeah, okay.
So that position is no longer at the high school. And we have 2 custodians servicing Anna Yates, and we have 2 custodians servicing the high school. 1 gets shared with service at the district office. Management confidential includes director, supervisor, maintenance, 1 superintendent, 1 director of K-12 instruction, 1 director of special education and pupil services, 1 ESS principal, high school principal, 1 elementary principal, 1 chief business official, 1 confidential executive assistant. The position for capital projects and construction manager will also have to change. That will come off. It is off the budget
Oh, it is?
in the Fund 21. It's not included. We have to take it off of this sheet since we've hired a construction management firm. We're funding a 0.7 director of food services. The other part of that position's director of wellness. We have 1 director of information technology, 1 fiscal analyst, human resource director. Other positions that we have: school nurse, 1 school psychologist, 1 speech therapist, 0.53 FTE noon duty at the high school, 0.8 noon duty at Anna Yates Elementary School.
What's a noon duty? What's that function?
Like a yard supervisor.
Okay.
That position is carried by Mr. Alexander.
Okay.
Security supervisor at the high school, fiscal service specialist, administrative assistant, coordinator at the high school, administrative program assistant, a food service worker. We have 2.3 FTEs, registered data coordinator, which is a position that moved from the high school and is now at the district office. The revenue assumptions, again, we've gone through these with the board previously, but again, we're looking at a 0.8586 COLA from LCFF, a revenue, well, not revenue limit, but it's the local control funding formula. Dollar amount per ADA is estimated to be about $8,261 per student. State special education revenues, we projected to go up by 0.86. State categorical programs, again, by 0.86. Federal revenues, we're expecting to remain flat, and that's from the sequestration that we experienced this last year.
How much are we receiving in lottery revenue? And what's the expenditure that those revenues?
I could answer that question a little later.
Okay.
The per ADA is 124, unrestricted $30 for restricted, and those restricted dollars have to specifically go into the classroom. On the expenditure side, we're budgeting according to the staffing assumptions. We have projections in there for step and column increases, and those step and column increases range from 1.45 to about 1.6, depending on the category of employee. On page 11, we budget our substitutes based on the historical information that we have. The employee benefits, I have to revise the STRS amount from 8.25. That will now be 9.5. Medicare at 1.45. Workers' compensation 2.5. Unemployment 0.05. And we're still negotiating with one of our employee groups. Oh, excuse me. We have settled the health and welfare amount with our certificated staff. And we'll be carrying that cost for 14-15, and we do have a cap in place for 16-17, excuse me. Classified, some of the same fixed costs. Our PERS rate is 11.442%, and that's an example of another retirement plan being higher than the CalSTRS. So as the CalSTRS goes up, you can see in relation to what the district pays for PERS is 11.44. Social Security 6.2, workers' comp again 2.5, unemployment 0.0. For classified, we're projecting an increase of about 10% costs over and above what we're paying now. Discretionary allocations we're basing on enrollments, and we'll get those enrollments within the first 2 weeks. School's in session, but we're using the current enrollment. That's $28 for K-6, $50 per student for grades 7 and 8, and $123 for grades 9 through 12. Along with those discretionary allocations, we are making contributions to our special ed program, about $2,500 for each learning handicap learning center teacher. We are not allowing carryover for any of these discretionary amounts, with the exception of the mandated cost monies that we allocated to schools. So this last year we received mandated cost funds, and we allocated about $15,000 back out to the schools to be used for classroom purposes, and we're allowing carryover with those dollars. Our utility rates, we're looking at increasing a PG&E for electricity 4%, natural gas 5%, water 8%. That may be higher with regard to the drought coming into place. What we base these increases on were utility bills from last year and then the most current utility bill that we had at the time when we developed these numbers. So that would have been April's utility bills. And I'm expecting those increases to be a higher percentage for our water usage. Garbage, 1% increase. Going to page 12. We're budgeting our property and liability insurance based on the information we get from the Alameda County Schools Insurance Group. Our capital outlay budget is really zero-based budgeting. There's no dollars budgeted for capital improvement, so either there has to be budgeted dollars in a program budget that a program manager moves, or there has to be a good reason why we're putting dollars into that. This last year, we spent a considerable amount increasing and updating our technology. Our estimated 1% cost to our bargaining unit certificated salaries is about $36,000. Classified salaries, almost $9,000. Our unrepresented group, $16,000. So if you go to page 12, we start to look at the budget summary analysis for the general fund. It shows graphically the components of ending balance, but it really doesn't break down all the ending fund balances that you saw in the previous slideshow.
And Mark, also, this ending fund balance doesn't tie to the draft budget. If you look at it, 4,083,645. Now for 14-15, you have 3,348,674. But even if you go to the beginning fund balance, it's still 4,098,311. So. Where are you? I'm looking at the draft budget, adopted budget. One page.
He's on page 13.
Well, he was comparing it. Right. I know. Actually, I'm on page like 4. Comparing page 4 to 13. And if you look at your ending fund balance, it's not 4,083,645.
That's because there's a difference in the beginning fund balance.
Right.
So the total resources and the total uses are the same. It's just part of estimating that ending fund balance.
So 12 is an estimated number?
So 13 page 13 shows a larger beginning fund balance, which will be adjusted downward. So on page 13, under total amount, beginning fund balance.
I have my page 13 is a graph.
Yes.
Okay.
There's also a beginning fund balance amount.
Right. 7 million. Oh, 4,987.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where the difference is. The resources and the uses are the same.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to page 14, For 14-15, we have a total revenue budget of $9,897,477, and that's reflected in this graph. That beginning balance
Okay, I
still
see
needs to
it.
be adjusted because we still don't know what that will be until we actually close the books.
Yeah, okay, and I think that's what I was saying. Your beginning balance on page 4 is $4,098,311. So it's definitely in the beginning balance area. Okay.
So that's still yet to be determined as we close the books.
All right.
So you can see the total revenue summary on page 14. The largest piece of the pie is represented by, the SACS code still hasn't caught up with the LCFF change. So they're still listing in escape this as revenue limit, but it's really LCFF. So that's the biggest piece of the pie for our revenues. The next biggest piece is under local revenue, and that's where our parcel tax dollars come into play. And then we only receive 5% of our total revenues in state revenue and almost 3% in federal dollars. So that kind of graphically shows you the money coming into the district from the different sources. Then if you go to page 15, you can graphically see how the dollars are spent. The biggest piece of the pie is paid out to certificated non-management, which would be our teachers. Our next biggest piece of the pie is under employee benefits at 22.6%, and then services and operating expenses at 17.34%, and then classified non-management, or excuse me, management salaries at 12%, classified non-management at almost 8%, and then books and supplies at 5%. So our total expenditures on this page does equal our total budgeted expenditures off of the slides and the next few pages here that I'll get to. So if you go to page 16, you can see how this district spends dollars by function. We spent $5,700,000 on instruction, as well we should. We spend $1.3 million on instructional related services. We spend $619,000 on pupil services, $102,000 on ancillary services, $1.6 million for general administration, $1 million on plant services, and then $176,000 on other outgo, for a total of $10,647,000. And if you go to page 17, you'll see that same information in that third column of the projected budget for 2014-15. You can see there's a percentage change column on the far right, and you can see our income went down by 1.1% overall from 13-14 to 14-15. Our expenditures went down 2.99% from 10.7 to 10.4. And then we've already had discussion with regard to our ending fund balance and the breakdown of that.
You know, I can tell you one account that I'm interested to get a little bit more detail on, and that's the services and other operating expenses. Is there any way, and I don't mean now, that maybe you can give a detailed breakdown of what is in that 5,800 account at a later date?
I might be able to do some of that now. So if you go to page 18, you can see in the far right column, projected budget 14-15.
Yeah, I can.
You get into your more line item
Right.
information.
I got it. You're right.
You can see the breakdown between, under the revenue limit sources, or LCFF sources, what we get in state aid and what we get in taxes. That total are $5.7 million that we receive under the LCFF funding formula. Then the next section below that is federal revenues, and you can see the breakdown of our federal revenues of $267,000. And then below that, you can see our other state revenues and how those dollars come in. And to answer your question, Mr. DeWin, state lottery, our unrestricted portion is $87,000.
Okay.
And we will get more information with regard to how that money is exactly spent to you at a future meeting.
Okay.
And then other local revenues of $3.3 million, and how that is broken down. And you can see the largest portion is $2,500,000 for parcel tax.
Okay, can you remind me what the federal Gear Up program covered? Because that program was in place long before I got here.
It was in place long before I got here, too.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly what that program is about or what it funded. I can tell you some of the funding.
Wasn't after school?
Some of it was for the high school principal. Some of it went to pay for Brenda Collins' salary. Believe some of it went to Anna Carita Allen's salary. And then we also had a contract with Aspire School District where we provided payments to Aspire as part of the grant. That's about all I can tell you about federal Gear.
Aspire Charter School?
That's
that one?
correct.
Okay. For some services from them, or it was a...
Well, the requirements of the Gear Up grant required that we work with another school, I believe. Ms. Allen, is that correct? That's why the Aspire was kind of a partner with us in the application of the Gear Up. So as a result, they received some services
Okay.
funding.
And, but it's, as you said, there's a new cycle of Gear Up funding that we can apply for, and
Yes,
Sure.
the application deadline for the next 6-year cycle ends July 7th. So Ms. Allen has already formed a committee. They've already looked at that. In addition, Townsend Public Affairs has contacted us, the Washington, D.C. office, and they're offering, under the terms of our contract with them, to provide services to assist us with the grant application process. There has been some changes in the priorities for Gear Up. We'd like to think we could take our initial application from 6 years ago and just update it, but there is some shift in some of the priorities, so we're currently in the process of looking at that.
okay, do you know what the overall priorities are for the grant at this point?
I just
help-
looked at the application in a cursory way.
Yeah, students
Um,
get college, I mean, I don't know.
Again, the major emphasis of Gear Up is, of course, providing counseling and guidance services for students to prepare them for college. But there were a couple other new priorities. I can't recall off the top of my
Yeah.
head what those were.
Okay.
But we are eligible, that has been determined, to apply for the next 6-year cycle.
Okay. And was that something we could have applied for last year that we missed the boat on, or?
No, because we're in the last year of the first 6-year cycle. You can't apply for the grant while you're still receiving the grant.
Okay.
And
So
the
you
reason
have
why
to
we're
be off it
eligible
for
is
just
our...
at least a year?
No, it's when the grant period begins, it has to be after the grant you receive ends. And so I think the grant cycle begins September or October 1st, or something around.
So we
in the
might
fall.
actually know as soon as October? I mean, we might start getting new money as soon as October?
Well, we would anticipate that. It's never. It's hard to know with the federal government frequently, but
Right.
the next 6-year cycle begins. I believe it's October 1st.
Okay.
Our current grant ends August 30th.
All right, well, I'm just, like the MA money, I mean, it's helpful to know that we have irons in the fire that might actually make our picture look a little brighter at certain points during the year. Obviously, a grant is different than the MA, sort of program, but it's good to know it's out there.
We will keep the board informed
Yep.
when that application actually goes into place
Okay.
and what the expectation is at that time.
All right. The other, I guess, kind of revenue thought, in addition to Member Dwin's point about raising ADA, on your multi-year projections, what's the unduplicated pupil count that you have us projected at?
That was remaining the same also at 67%. So the
Is that what we
expectation.
came in at, 67?
Yes,
also?
so we are expecting to work on that and get that back up to what it was the prior year, at least at 76%.
Yeah.
And this district in the past, from what I understand, was at 80%.
I think I thought we were at 80% as well. But even if we jump that up to 76, 9, 10%, that's
will
going to reflect, we'll get more money under LCFF as a result, right?
That will increase our supplemental concentration grant allocation, yes.
Mm-hmm. I think at one point you said $2,000 a student or something?
That's a figure that had been thrown out across
Mhm.
the state on average, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful.
So page 19 is a breakdown of those major classifications. I won't go through them all. But Mr. Dwin, on page 19, towards the bottom, you'll see a further breakdown of the services and other operating
Right,
expenses.
But it was 5,800 I was really talking about.
What's in there?
Right, what's in there? The professional consultant services and operating expenses, no, that shouldn't be, not 58.
We can get you much more detailed information.
Okay.
Most of that's copier services, some non-public school costs,
Oh,
some
we put-
transportation.
We put non-public schools in there as well, okay.
Other contracted service, but we'll give you a more
Yeah.
detailed
Because
listing of
it's-
what that is.
Yeah, okay, that'll work, thank you.
And then the next page 20, is other outgo transfers and direct cost. Page 21 is again the multi-year budget projection. I won't go through in detail about this. We've already seen it on the slide. I think you have a good understanding that we will be working on the deficit spending going forward. And another main point is that we still maintain our 4% reserve out through 16-17.
And again, your title says 12-13, another actual. It should be 13-14.
We'll get that corrected before adoption.
Thank you.
The next page, page 22, is the reflection of Anna Yates unrestricted funding. You can see that we spend $3.6 million at Anna Yates. It's one of our bigger schools that has more than 500 students at that school. Page 23 kind of summarizes the page 22. Page 24 is the restricted dollars that is spent at NEH. Most of that is in special education, and that's $413,000 of our restricted monies go to NEH. Page 25 and 26 is a reflection of what we spend at the high school for unrestricted dollars, and that's $2.1 million of unrestricted dollars we spend at the high school.
And this is what concerns me, is that from an unrestricted standpoint, you know, we're putting close to like 35, 36% of our budget into the high school. And for me, I just don't see how we're going to get to where we want to get to as far as being a college prep, you know, district and high school if we're only spending this little bit of funds in our general, at our high school. So for me, you know, I think the board needs to look at how to infuse more resources into the high school, because clearly we're not doing enough, we're not funding enough resources into the high school to have it to be the kind of high school we really want it to be. It's my own personal opinion.
Now, remember, our enrollment has gone down at the high school, so that,
Well, that's even worse.
But it's 28% or so of the student population, and they're getting a, you know, it's more expensive to
Understand.
educate high school students, so they're getting more than 28% of the funds.
Right.
But it,
But if-
and remember, our FTE ratio to student is about 19-1, which is pretty good at a high school.
But I still say, you know, and I can agree with both, we still, as a district, need to put more resources into our high school.
On the restricted side, on page 27, the district is spending $218,000 in restricted dollars. And again, that's mostly in special education for the high school. The next section I'll go through real quickly. Pages 28 through 32 are in regards to the Child Development Fund. We contract with the YMCA for our child development services, and that's housed here in this facility. We receive about $145,000, and that's the contract that we have with the Y, and that's what we pay them for those services. Going to page 33 through through 41 covers our cafeteria fund. Our expected revenues for 14-15 is $304,000. Our projected expenditures are $480,000. So that is where we come up with a contribution from the general fund of $167,000. We are looking at changing our service provider for that program in hopes of saving dollars.
and we going to do that for the next school year?
We are trying to
On
look
track.
at that, yes.
All right.
Ms. Dunn has already solicited quotes and believe we have responses to those requests already in hand. Pages 42 through 46 cover our deferred maintenance fund. We had a beginning balance this year of $33,000. We've spent $18,000 in deferred maintenance, some of that in this building, We replaced the flooring in the back here. We had asbestos floor tile that was starting to chip and crack. And with the use by the Y and by district staff, we decided to remove and replace it. And we're expecting to spend about another $10,000 next year. Pages 47 through 56 is our special reserve fund for other employment benefits after retirement. It's basically a holding account in the event the district ceases to exist and has to pay out our retirees who are still eligible and entitled to benefit costs. And what this district does is once you pass the age of 55, after a certain number of years service, you're eligible to have your benefits paid for up to age 65, depending on your years of service.
Does that have an end date, or is that ongoing?
It ends at age 65 when Social Security
I'm
or
sorry,
Medicare.
That offer, is that still in the contract, or is it ongoing for new hires as well?
It's for new hires as well. It's part of the contract.
Okay.
And I can't tell you the years of service, but it's pretty high. It's like 15 or 18 years. Oh, 20?
20.
Page 57.
Did we go through Fund 21 already?
Did I skip that?
Because
Oh.
I do have a question regarding.
So, page 52.
Yeah.
Page 52 through 56. I'm
No,
sorry, I got that.
No, just quick question, and I think I may know the answer though. But why are we just budgeting $9 million for 14-15, and construction will start in 14-15? No, but for 2014-2015 draft budget, the total expenditures are 9.5. And if we are anticipating construction in fiscal year 14-15, shouldn't that be a little bit higher? A lot higher.
It should be substantially higher.
Right, exactly.
So we'll make a budget adjustment at first interim. We'd like to get that contract in place
And
and
that's
then,
what I-
and then
that's
get a
what-
schedule from the contractor. Then we'll make that budget change.
Thank you, that's good.
But page 52 through 56 is our capital facilities fund or our bond fund. And this is a fund that's funding ECCL project. Page 57 through page, I'm going to get another. Through 62 is our capital facilities fund. And this is where the district collects fees from developers. Currently, our expected ending fund balance will be $3.2 million. Those dollars are geared for the ECCL project going forward. Pages 64 through 92 all deal with the parcel tax The Parcel Tax Committee went through this information in detail. I'm not going to go through every single page of this. If you'd like to ask questions at a later date with regard to the parcel tax, we can, if you email those to me or the superintendent, we'll make sure we have the answers at our next, before adoption.
So I don't have a question regarding the partial tax, but since the committee has seen the report, when are they going to make their report to the board to bless it? When will the oversight committee be coming to the board blessing the, what was the actuals? What did they see, the actuals or budget? No.
They review the budget.
Right.
I believe they report on the actuals.
Actual, they do.
So that will
That's a
probably
little
come
later. That's a little
in
later.
November
Right.
or December.
That is correct. So
You're right.
they will write, the chair of the fiscal oversight will write a report to the board after we review the expenditures for the prior year.
Yeah, you're right. That's something like October, November, something like that. That's right. Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'm finished.
Good job, Mr. Bonet.
So, I had a question for you, and I don't remember what year, so I I couldn't tell you, but
Was I here?
I hope so. I'm gonna hope so. But there was a chart of all of the grants that, I'll say, I don't wanna call it soft money, but, money that was due to expire at a given point. And I think you did it, I don't remember, but, but it would be helpful if that can be updated and provided, just because of the Gear Up, just as an example, not that nobody knew, but I think just to have some awareness of funding, that's coming offline or set to expire. And I think that was, on that initial, that chart, and the year would be, X, Y, and Z, but.
I don't remember preparing something like that. I think that
Could've been the
was
predecessor.
Terry,
Could have been Terry.
Terry Ryland.
And yeah,
But I think
I
that
do
would be
have some of her
helpful.
information, so I
Okay.
will search for
I
that.
think that would be helpful for us. So
No,
we
it would be.
Have,
Yeah,
able to anticipate a little bit better.
and since you mentioned that, because I am also interested in the after-school program funds, the ACES, and where we stand with those funds as well for our
I
after-school
think
program.
it was in there too. I think so. Hold on, I don't remember. But
Okay.
if we can get that, annually, I think will help, just to keep our eyes on our funding streams in that way.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Bonet on what was presented this evening? Again, we'll have a final review and hopefully adoption on our June 25th meeting.
Yeah. No.
We have some takeaways, of course.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. We'll be talking about this a little further, a little more tonight.
Yeah, if I could just make just a couple of closing comments. So as you look at the general fund budget, kind of holistically, I would say overall the budget's in good shape, but there is the ongoing deficit spending, and I think as we staff reviewed it, the 749,000 or so in deficit spending. A part of that is one-time expenditures in the current year. So the actual structural deficit is really, the ongoing deficit is about 400,000, a little over 400,000. The challenge, and so when I was here, not realizing that we'd have 3 straight years of massive budget cuts, and districts were deficit spending in order to kind of maintain as many of the programs as could, so it became very common. Many districts even dipped into their reserve,
Right.
into their required reserve. So I think the strategy moving forward as you move into next year really is to look at how you can, over the 3-year, multi-year projection, reduce a percentage of that deficit spending, because you never know from one year to the next, particularly as the economy has picked up, what additional new revenues will come into the district, and then the board will have some flexibility in how they use the new revenues, or whether you're going to use that to offset further the ongoing deficit spending. I would not recommend that you try to eliminate the entire ongoing deficit spending in 1 year. I personally feel it's a little bit of an overreaction.
Yeah.
So I think you need to have a plan over multi-years as to how you're going to reduce the deficit, understanding that next year, the year after, 15, 16, there will be additional new revenues that will come into the district. With that said, the other piece you need to understand about the deficit spending is most of it's in restricted programs, which makes it a little bit more difficult to address because in many districts, and so correct me if I'm off track here, but special education in most districts encroaches on the general fund.
Yeah, it does.
So special ed always costs more than the revenues received. So that is, if you want to maintain providing appropriate service to students, that's going to contribute a little bit to the ongoing deficit. I haven't looked at the recent numbers, but it's very common in many districts that programs for English language learners often cost more than the actual revenues that are received to address students. Now, of course, we have supplemental concentrated grants, but prior to that, typically the federal revenue and even state categoricals never really fully funded ELL in many districts. And because we're small, we still have a high percentage of students who are eligible for those services. So, a good portion of the deficit spending on the restricted side is in order to maintain appropriate services for those students. And so my only advice is it makes the reducing of the encroachment or the deficit a little more challenging because you have to consider what the needs of those students are. Was I really off base, Mr. Bonet?
No, it wasn't off base, but it still doesn't help the fact that we want to keep services for our students at one end, and we need to increase, services on the other end, especially at the high school. So, it is what I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just in a quandary about how we, what are the, I don't feel like we're excessively spending. I feel like we need to be spending more. We need counselors, we need PE teacher, we need music teacher. The list goes on. So what, I don't feel like there's a lot of fat in the district to be trimmed. And we're gonna, and if, there's gonna be STIRS, additional requirements, and if there's some, new limits on ending fund balance, so we've enabled a deficit spend because we have reserves that we can draw down. So if that's gone, then it just seems like we're steering towards a point where pretty soon we're not going to be able to do a multi-year, 3-year projection and be solvent. So those are just thoughts going through my mind.
The paradox is we're deficit spending, we're getting more money that needs to be spent certain segments of our population with new program.
Right.
That's being dealt with in other districts also, and much differently from district to district.
Well, and I'll just throw in, I think that's where partnerships become incredibly valuable. So I think there's opportunity. And one thing I will say about Emeryville, we have always found a way. And unfortunately, we probably need to be more methodical and more strategic about finding the way. But even Dr. Bao's presentation last night just spoke to a way and where we can get to the gains that we want. But at the same time, I think it just takes the commitment and the time and the will to support those partnerships that are required to look at new funding that has nothing to do with the constraints that we have, but just new options and new opportunities. So I think we have to be a little bit more, I won't say creative, but creative.
No, we have to be creative because, first of all, we cannot lose ADA. And if we're losing the ADA at the high school, that's telling us something.
Right.
That we need to beef up the high school. Because although, I am all for, the elementary school, but if those students are not coming to the high school, after the elementary school, then, what do we do?
So instead
Well, I
of
think-
maybe that
We have to have
debate
that
here.
retention. And I'm not debating, I'm
No,
just
no,
making a
no, no, I'm
statement.
just
I
saying,
don't wanna
instead
get
of
into a
perhaps the
debate.
debate here, I think it does speak to, what we talked about, which that initial conversation about our vision. So, I think it speaks to what's our whole
Plan.
plan.
Yeah.
So, I think that's a broader, that
No,
we can solve
I
that.
agree.
I'm not you or, whatever, but I'm just saying it does speak to the broader conversation.
You're right.
So,
But I just throw that out.
You're right.
Since I'm only going to be here for 2 more weeks, I
just
also,
throw it
from
out there.
history, I just want to make sure the board understands that part of the conversation we had about the secondary program, the high school program, back 5, 6 years ago, was the fact that we knew that we were starting to really kind of make a difference in students. And I think as you witnessed at the recent graduation
Yes.
ceremony,
Right.
that our students are doing very well. I
Right.
mean, our goal should be 100% of the students.
Right.
And that's the goal of every district. But when you look at the percentage of students who distinguish themselves in this last class, the senior class of 14, one of the things we've talked about in the past is we don't really do a very good job in messaging the community about the good things that are going
I
on
agree.
here, which is why we had a superintendent's communications committee to talk about how we can make sure, we don't market, I guess what I'm saying is we don't market
No,
ourselves
you're
very
right.
effectively.
You're right.
And that's something I think, Mr. Duane, you're suggesting
I
that
am.
one of the things we need to do to help the high school enrollment is we need to get the word out. We
got
need to
to.
make sure
We
we
have a very-
publicize. Whether it's to take out an ad in the local paper that says, congratulations, Emory class of 2014, and to list the colleges that they were accepted to, which many school districts do as part of their marketing to kind of, publicize how well the high school program has worked. So, I think that's another piece of the conversation that I think the board needs to kind of think about.
I'm going to jump in here because I've been waiting a moment here, but that's exactly what I think. I think we can look at the cuts, but I think revenue is where we can have the most effective moment, and to do that is we have to sell what we do well.
That's right.
And while I agree with you that we want to put more children into our high school, it starts by getting them in the elementary school and convincing them what a solid job we're doing so they stay with us.
Exactly.
We don't lose them, and we need to start that early and often and get them over there and see the
Exactly.
programs.
That's it.
And connect them to that school. And, I'm across the street from Knox.
Mhm.
I'm next door to Annie Yates, but I'm across the street from Knox. And I was out there on their lottery day. My son plays in that playground, and the number of parents who didn't know Annie Yates was there.
Mhm.
And I would say we're a better school
Mhm.
than Knox, and we're not even, a block away. And my house is blocking it from the street, but it's there. You
Right.
can
That's
see it.
why.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tear your
So,
house down.
and it was incredible to me that I'm, 60 feet from Annie Yates,
You're right.
and parents are upset they're not getting into Knox because they didn't win the lottery. And,
Right.
we would welcome them with open arms and no lottery needed.
And we have a great elementary school.
We
We have
we
a
ought to mark it
phenomenal-
on lottery day
Um,
next time.
Yeah. So there's a chance to advertise.
It's fine.
Go ahead.
I feel like I beat this point every time we have any kind of conversation, but all I'm hearing, and they're all very good points, very valid points, but all I'm hearing is this laundry list of work that needs to happen. And we have listened to staff and board members cry about the bandwidth issues in this district, not saying that the work is impossible, but it is going to take very strategic planning to making sure that the work not only can get done, but can get done well without burning out our people.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening, is not saying that I'm watching staff be burned out, but you can't help but, we're here at a meeting, the second board meeting in a row this evening, or this week.
And there will be
And we're going to
others.
be here until 10 o'clock at night, and we were here till 10:30 last night, and you can't keep running people like that, because they're not going to be at their best, because they're not rested, and they're not energized, and they're not, we need to make sure that we take care of our people so that they can do the enormous amount of work that needs to be done. And Dr. Rubio, you're going to play a big role in that strategic planning. So get ready.
Joy has spoken.
Yeah. Amen. So,
Oh,
yeah.
please, Mr. Bonet.
I just wanted to say one final thing. I wanted to thank Dora Sue for all her hard work in putting the rest of this budget together. She's the backbone that got into the details of the big Sachs report.
Yep. Right, you got to speak in the mic.
I know you guys do have a big conversation on Ma. Just to let you guys know, there is a 290,000 accounts receivable set up in the book that to be coming from Ma. So any money that we're going to receive, it go forward to cover that AR that we book for the prior years. So just to let you guys know, it's not additional money. We will get additional money if the funding that we are going to receive next year is going to be beyond 290,000.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Yeah, so I mean, I think just my concluding thought is, yeah, we do need to focus on revenue, ADA, marketing. I think if we, you know, if we get another 20 students, that's 160,000 a year. We bump up our unduplicated count to where it should be, another 10%, that's 140,000 a year. I mean, we get the Gear Up grant, that's 400,000 a year. We should be able to get ourselves a bunch of tech grants from Google and you know, other tech companies as we, you know, think about and roll out our tech thrust plans. And we're making an investment in a grant writer with EAF, right? So I mean, we got to be thinking about more than just how do we cut our deficit spending.
Work to be done. Any other questions for Mr. Bonet? Members of the public, any comments to the budget, draft budget at this point? All right, so thank you again, and we'll be seeing you on the 25th. And at this time, the board will...
President Dice?
Sure.
We've
not
had a
yet-
request, and
Sure.
the request is that the students from Youth Together are very interested in the item related to the draft local accountability plan policy, and would like to be able to listen to the board's discussion on that. Now, I know it's part of, it was agendized as part of the study session. Staff actually, we were not going to really address that particular policy in our presentation for the study session, but the students have been patiently waiting, and rather than have them wait for another half an hour or 45 minutes, if the board is okay with taking that draft policy, it is not on the agenda for action tonight. It is on the agenda for discussion. But if the board is okay with that, we would recommend that that part of the agenda be moved up.
All right.
I'm good. I'm fine with it.
Any
I did
issues
the rest.
with that?
No.
Let's give the young people their window. So we'll now move into study session, item K, on the local control accountability plan.
Or you can do the public hearing on it.
You know what? Is this for the public hearing as well as the study session item?
No, just for the draft.
So just for K.
Yeah, LCAP policy.
Okay, so we're going to actually just move an item K up with this piece specifically. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. So tonight we have before you the Youth Together team that is at Emery Secondary School, and they will present, they are going to present a policy they would like the board to consider for adoption, not tonight, but at a later date. And so the information, the policy that they have is written in user-friendly language in terms from a perspective of students, because they want to share their authentic voice in terms of young people. So each one of our members, they'll come before you, introduce themselves, and then they will give you more information about the policy.
Good evening, school board staff and community. My name is Tamara Dancy. I'm a lead student organizer at Youth Together, also a student at Emery Secondary School. Standing beside me are my colleagues, Corinne Titus, Justice Perkins, Aaliyah Hardman, Bria Williams, and Bianca Onikwari. Unfortunately, two of our LSOs, Aaliyah Muhammad and Samara Alcock, couldn't be here tonight. Today, we were joined by Oakland schools, Skyline, Castlemont, Fremont, and students from Richmond, and Cali Family for Justice. Today, we will be presenting a policy of student engagement at EUSD. Thank you.
Good evening, students, teachers, staff, and board members. My name is Bria Williams Moeller, and I am a student athlete at Emery High School and a lead student organizer at Youth Together. I am here to talk to you about what we did this year around the LCAP at both Emery High School and Youth Together. This year we had Unity Day and Unity Week. During Unity Day, we held LCAP workshops / focus groups all day for every single class. Then these workshops / focus groups were to present student needs to presentation to the school board, and also to make sure that the student needs were met and changes that they felt needed to change within our school. For Unity Day, we did that exact same thing, but also increased student involvement and participation, and increased awareness of the local control and accountability plan, also the local control funding formula. During that week, we embraced awareness and equality through different ethnic days celebrating each ethnicity that we have in our school, bonding a little closer for a better understanding of where we all came from, besides notifying the fact that we are all students of Emery High School. Today, we are here to present our policy on how we feel students should be more involved around the local control and accountability plan, or LCAP.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaliyah Hardman. I am a lead student organizer at Youth Together, and I just completed my sophomore year at Emery Secondary School. Today I will be speaking on what we as a group have learned while working around the LCAP, and also why we want this policy passed. The first thing we've learned is outreach from the time we sacrificed our morning handing out flyers for the parent forum that happened in March. And also how the school budgets the money and how the LCFF prioritizes low-income students, foster care students, and English language learners. But most importantly, we've learned that we need more student engagement in order for our voices to be heard, because the students are the ones who generate the money in our district. We want this policy to be passed so we can have student engagement, because we deserve to have a voice within our district, and also because we know that the school invests in us so we can invest in our education. But most importantly, we want this policy passed because when we partnered with the district, some of the needs expressed from the student surveys was included in the LCAP process. We want this policy passed not just for this year, but every year in the future.
Hello, my name is Corinne Titus, and I am also a sophomore at Emery High School and a leader student organizer at Youth Together. As you have previously been informed, we have been trying to get a policy approved. A group of my colleagues have devoted a large amount of our time creating this policy, and with the support of Ms. Allen, we have also been doing tasks to influence the growth of our school. One of those tasks are working on the policy, which is involving student engagement, and those policies are: 1, to have equal representation in LCAP committees. A, all LCAP meetings shall take place during student and parent-friendly hours to ensure maximum attendance. B, 10 students shall participate in a student advisory board. There will be 2 representatives per grade, 8th through 12th. C, students shall receive a meeting reminder 72 hours before meeting date. D, 2 students shall be appointed to each LCAP special committee.
Good evening. My name is Bianca Onikwara, and I'm going to continue on reading the policy. 2, to be provided with accurate information and budget figures. A, all materials are in simplified student-friendly language. Materials for meeting will be available 72 hours before the meeting. B, materials shall include visual aids and graphics. C, Student Advisory Board will receive skill-based workshops / study sessions. For example, how to read budgets in LCAP 101. D, Student Advisory Board will maintain bulletin board and public space that is dedicated to LCAP updates. E, information will be distributed to the student body using social media. 3, to be actively involved in the decision-making process with voting privileges. A, Student Advisory Board will give the LCAP a thumbs up or thumbs down on behalf of the student body, and the feedback will be considered. B, students on LCAP committees shall have voting power. C, adult allies on LCAP committees shall make space for student voice. D, Student Advisory Board members shall conduct 5 workshops / focus groups each year that solicits feedback from the student body and will help coordinate 2 parents' forums. D1, Student Advisory Board shall receive facilitation and participatory research training to prepare for facilitating workshops. Focus groups and surveys for the student body shall present data to decision-making entities for consideration. D2, data shall be collected from 50% of the population, 8th through 12th graders. And lastly, E, Student Advisory Board shall participate in crafting evaluation tools and conduct evaluations.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justice Perkins, and I'm a student at Emeryville High School. Today, we are demanding that you pass a policy that mandates student engagement around LCAP budgeting decisions, and that you revisit this policy before we become a community school. That is all. We are now open for questions.
Well, thank you all for making that presentation. I think this is very valuable to us, and to know that crafted by the students, for the students, and for the benefit of the whole is quite phenomenal. So I just wanted to send that note to you. Any questions from board members to our students, our student leaders?
First of all, excellent job. I'm really impressed by this. This is great. My only question is, what are parent and student-friendly times? When do you want the meetings?
Can you please repeat the question?
Certainly. I just want to know what times do you want the meetings? What are parent and student-friendly times?
I think parent and student-friendly times are because a lot of parents, we want to consider the times that parents get off works, because a lot of parents go to works. So in my opinion, student and parent-friendly times are around 4:30 or 4:30 to 5.
Perfect. Thank you.
Again, I'm really impressed with the work and appreciate all the great thought you guys have put into this, coming together, and Miss Allen for her role in helping support you in doing this. When you say in 1D, 2 students shall be appointed to each LCAP special committee, can you define for me what you mean by special committee? The kinds of committees that we're required to convene or consult are 2 in particular that come to mind: the Parent Advisory Committee and the DLAC, the District English Learner Advisory Committee, which has the DLAC in particular has a very set population that is in statute. And school site councils, we've incorporated their thinking in our LCAP, and there is room for students on that, again, according to statute. Or are you talking about some other ad hoc committees that might get formed over time?
So we're talking about some existing committees where it makes sense, and then committees that may develop over time. We didn't want to really specify it because the LCAP is in a brand new space, and so we know that how those committees work may change as folks get used to writing it. The other thing is, Raise your hand if you're on the SEC. So we have 3 of our members on the SEC, and it was because we made a request to be on it, and we just wanted mandated that young people get a seat on the SEC. We also think that it's important to have space on the DLAC, even if it's not to have voting power, because that's one of the spaces that the state mandated, and so we want to be in every space possible, giving feedback where it makes sense.
Have you reached out and talked to the DLAC chairs and the I guess the parents who are on the parent advisory committee? Might be, I mean, they may welcome having student come and participate in the meetings, as you say.
So I've spoken with a couple of parents on the parent advisory committee, and I know that they would be open, but I think this is not just a question of would they be open, it's that they have to be open. Like a lot of the work that we've done at Emory this year, which is, I was saying yesterday, which is quite remarkable. We're one of the only districts in the state that managed to craft a model for student engagement and now has the opportunity to make a groundbreaking decision by passing a policy on what we crafted. And so I think that it's really important that we are mandating that we have spaces in different places, that we have the opportunity to do that, and that other districts can say, you know what, we haven't figured out the student engagement thing, but Emory, the district of Emory has, and let's see what model they created. Let's see if we can replicate that. And so we had a press conference earlier because there was press and people all over the country who want to run this story, who want to tell the story of these young people who are taking time to make student engagement really meaningful, not just for the sake of talk, but actually in action.
Fabulous job. I love when students come to the podium and public speaking. I love to hear student voices. I love to see students involved. Personally, I have no problem supporting, your policy. I have no problem supporting students being on any committee. But the thing about policy for me is that if the board implements a policy, especially around student voice and student engagement, I want to see that policy come to fruition. I want to see that policy sustainable, and I want to see some results from that policy. And for that to happen, students need an organization or adults to help you with that. And, I know you all are, okay with that. But yesterday, I heard Youth Together, as well as the other organizations, say that they don't know where they stand with the district as far as their work for the following year. So my question is not to you all, because I'll support anything you want. My question is to the district, and what's their commitment to seeing that this policy is taken and it's sustainable and it really happens. So, and hopefully I put that out there now, so when we talk about LCAP, staff can inform the board, how do we plan on, if we pass this policy, sustaining it, and how will either an adult, a staff adult, or an organization will support you in your efforts for your voices to be heard. So that's my question. That's kind of where I stand. But, I support you all.
So I just want to answer a little bit to the question you just posed. The policy is not dependent on an organization to do it. The policy is like any other policy that you would have in your board policies, that if student engagement, it's mandatory that student engagement happens. It's mandatory that students have to be on the school site council. It should be mandatory that students are part of DLAC. It's mandatory that students are part of certain committees, so we just need to add some more committees. But if we have a Common Core Steering Committee, if there are other committees that are formed, then as a board or as a district, what the youth are stating is that they just want to make sure that they're at the table when we make decisions.
Okay.
And so it's not incumbent upon an organization. Youth Together is awesome, and we've been blessed to even have them here and to have them present. However, if Youth Together went away, if I left, if none of you were board members, will we still have a policy that would ensure that students would have a voice when it comes to decision making in terms of the actions that actually impact their lives?
So who would be the staff person that would work with the students to make sure that they get on committees, that they are prepared, and that they can work with the adults in these various committees?
Well, in most of your board policies, it states superintendent or designee. So it starts with the superintendent. And when the superintendent will establish a designee, whether it be a district person or a principal or a teacher that they're paying for on a stipend, but it starts with the role of the superintendent. And that's what most of the board policies state, superintendent or designee.
Okay.
I think the other thing I'd point out is, as I look at this draft policy, and I think it's very well put together, well thought out, is that within the structures the district establishes, that the policy would ensure that students are included in the process. So while there are, as Ms. Allen stated, there may be some unique situations where a staff person would have to bring the student advisory board together, whether it's to help them think through a particular issue or to get their input as an advisory board. I think that the policy, and I think there are many different ways in which the actual board policy statement could be written, but I think the important thing is that the policy puts the district out there in its policy that commits to ensuring that there's student voice and student engagement. So whether it's, we had 2 students that came for the first COC meeting, they were incredible. The rest of the COC was very impressed with their input. Whether it's, Ms. Allen said, DLAC committee or any other kinds of committees that are formed relative to the implementation of LCAP, to ensure that our policy says students are involved. And so while there may be some staff time and work that would need to be put into this, I think that it's the old statement about release of responsibility.
Right.
You want to provide students with the capacity, develop student leadership skills, so that they then can sustain much of that involvement work as well. So if it's the board's pleasure, we would certainly try to incorporate the elements of what has been drafted here into the typical board policy type of structure. Ms. Tamery and I were just kind of looking at this policy, and I think we have a little bit of a kind of a framework for how we can incorporate many of the ideas. Some of the ideas we're going to have to talk about and work out, but I think it would not be that complicated to draft a board policy for the board's consideration.
And I would hope we would have an administrative reg to implement the policy as well.
We've already drafted out the structure for a board policy statement and administrative regulations.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I have.
They're busy over there.
They are busy.
Yeah, and like I said, I have no problem, supporting a policy for student voice. I advocate for that. So, but again, my concern is to make sure that those students have a voice and someone is leading them in that endeavor.
So, can I follow up on that, unless you had something directly on it? Yeah, I share the same sentiment that and in particular, there are 2 pieces of this that do call on someone on staff, Ms. Allen or us, to provide some capacity. It seems that the Student Advisory Board will receive skills-based workshop study sessions, for example, how to read budgets in LCAP 101, and then later there's a piece on Student Advisory Board shall receive facilitation, participatory resource training to prepare for facilitating workshops, focus groups. Those are really great points. That is going to fall, it seems, to the district staff, or somehow we're going to have to help, with that training and workshop. Now, I can commit pro bono public advocates to provide the LCAP 101 training to students. We'd be very excited to do that. But there are other pieces here, and so I guess it's a question for you, Ms. Allen. Have you thought about how to facilitate getting the students a kind of training if, in fact, we adopt a policy like that?
So usually start again with the superintendent or their designee, and whoever the designee is, or whether it be the superintendent, or whether it be the CBO or principal, et cetera, it's their responsibility to do that. That's what we do all day. We're all educators. So it's not necessarily difficult to train youth. That's what we do. We know what it takes to engage youth. So I think I think that's where it would stop. If we have an organization that would love to come in and help support, then we would request, or we would request for that organization to do that, or we may partner with an organization. However, what we want in the policy, though, is to make sure that it's incumbent upon the staff that is within the district to do the work versus depending on someone else to come in and do it for us. I hope that answered it.
And do you think that is reasonably possible, given, all the other things the staff are doing?
Well, we did it this year. Basically, with the exception of making sure that all of them are on particular committees, because this is the first time that we've gone through with meeting a lot of stakeholders during the LCAP. The workshops already happened. I met with the team, and so any questions that they didn't that they had, I clarified it for them. I think they also had a chance. You all did a town hall with Mr. Shavern before, or something like that. They had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Shavern. So the students themselves will actually request the staff person that they want to come and speak to them. So it would be my hope that we would not have any staff members who would not show up for our youth. So every time they made a request for someone to come, that person came, presented, answered questions, clarified. Again, the goal was to incorporate as much language in the LCAP. If it wasn't in there, I explained why it wasn't in there, or that it already existed. So I think it would be part of what we should do anyway with children. Engage. That's why we come to work every day. Is to actually engage with you.
But who's going to lead and who's going to instruct? What I heard you say is that they request for presenters to come, and they came. But who's going to actually be the one who instructs them and teaches them from the staff?
So again, you have
and you said we did it this year.
Mm-hmm.
So who did it from staff this year?
I basically did it from staff myself. I did almost everything this year, to be quite honest. I met with all the stakeholders almost by myself. So hopefully next year that won't be the case.
I mean, from the student standpoint, who trained and who instructed the students this year
So
for the work
Celeste
that
was,
they done?
yes, Celeste was a part of it. Celeste did a lot because we had a leadership class. So in the leadership class, even having the class that's there, that's helped a lot. So in terms of supporting her district-wide, Ms. Collins was a support, and I supported her. So, and Mr. Shavern did. So I think in the policy, what you all are looking for is you want to identify a person or a role. But when you look at most of your ARs or your BPs, you first state them superintendent or their designee. They're not specified in terms of which person will carry out a policy.
I think we understand that, but I think we also know that the superintendent won't be the one doing it. And I think from the board perspective, we just want to get a feel on what staffer would be the one that would be leading the effort.
Well, I think got it clear. The only thing I wanted to add is that I know from the city school, or there's been a number of conversations. So I think this really is well placed or well timed, because I think the intent from any organization, that from city schools, the COC, I'm just trying to think in all the different, definitely the board, but there's so many different groups that we absolutely want student voice. So this is just, for me, this is another appropriate place for that to happen, and it's well done that it's stated in writing. So I do appreciate seeing something in writing, because it actually makes me think, do we need to? I thought in city school we might have had a policy. I'm just trying to. I think that group.
We have to look. I thought we may have.
So it's just making sure we are, saying what our expectations are and making sure it's documented. So I think I really appreciate having this document live and breathe.
So
Thank you. So
what do we do for next steps? Do we need to?
Can I make a?
Back on the 25th.
Yeah, I think the board's questions and concerns are appropriate. I think what staff would like is direction. If the board believes that this concept is important, we need to move forward with it. I think you should leave it to staff to work with them to come up with a board policy and administrative regulations, and staff will come back to you with a specific plan for how some of those logistical issues that you have brought up can be addressed. I think there are a number of different options. Obviously, in terms of the earlier conversation about bandwidth, that's always a concern here.
It's
You know, I
always a
mean, how many
concern.
new
That's why
things
I
can we
mentioned
do? But I think that this is one of those things that will make is part of the hallmark and legacy of this district. We really want to be a district in which student voice is really important. That's the kind of thing that you get out there. That's the kind of thing that's going to make students want to come to our schools. That's the kind of thing that builds student leadership. Those are the kinds of things that lead to a graduation like last Monday, where our students, you know, as a class have done extremely well. That's all part of the experience that we want to provide here. So I would, if the board nods their head and gives us direction, staff will work on a policy and work with them to develop it and put in policy kind of language. This is really a great start, and we'll bring that back to you as soon as possible.
Can I also add that we'd include the authors to make sure we have those authors that are labeled here on that policy as well? Any other comments?
Yeah,
Oh,
one more comment. You know, it's LCAP this year, and it'll probably be LCAP for a few more years. But I'd like to see some other language so it addresses whatever we call it in the next cycle, because it won't be LCAP, it'll be something new.
No, I think the thinking would be to develop a policy that kind of goes beyond LCAP.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you for that. We want to deposit a policy, general student engagement policy, but we still want something specific to the LCAP. And the other thing that I wanted to say was that Youth Together definitely was a resource this year in coming up with like curricula and doing the trainings and things like that. But they say the way that you know that you've done good is if you work yourself out of a job. So we want to definitely institutionalize this. And there are different models. Oakland, Youth Together actually helped Oakland create a whole department called the Meaningful Student Engagement in Oakland for Oakland District, which is a huge district, and we were managed to do that there and institutionalize it there. And so we would definitely be down to partner with you guys. But the point is, I love Emory, but the point is for me is not about Youth Together. The point is for this to be institutionalized for the long haul, and we definitely have the skills and the tools to help to make sure that that happens.
And that's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Thank
Great
you.
job, student. I appreciate it.
So we got a nod?
Yeah.
We got them?
Good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you on. You got it.
Powerful students of Emory. Oh, okay, sorry. Before you go, public,
comment.
thank you. You know, it's not on my tattoo today, but opportunity for members of the public now to address this particular topic. And if so, if you don't mind just coming up to the microphone.
You gotta be on the microphone, Doc.
Thank you.
You want to speak first?
Just take your time.
Okay. Go ahead, and I'll.
Take your time.
How you doing? My name is Caris Titus, and I'm a parent of Emeryville High School. So I sit in a meeting, and I listen to you guys. You talk budget plans and all this stuff. But what I really heard was that you guys are trying to figure out why the students are not enrolling as much as they should. And another thing that I like to state is that I just can't get why there's less resources going to the high school students and more going to the elementary. Now, you were sitting here talking about a solution. This is your solution right here. Beautiful kids like this who's trying to do something after school, putting in 100%. This is your solution right here. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, because you almost took the words out of my mouth about that. I cannot think of a better way to institutionalize, I love that word, to institutionalize the belief, because the policy is about the belief that you have as a board, not micromanaging, but not micromanaging the how, but the belief deeply that our students are valued, that are at the center, and I cannot think of a better way to start with that business of really making Emory High School the kind of school even more than it has been growing. And if you want to increase student enrollment, attract students, what better way than through having the word of mouth from parents and students that this is a place where we're heard. So think about, you are sending the message of what do you believe really by saying yes to a policy like that, and then saying, yes, and staff, we believe in you that you'll figure out how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, oh, please. You got to come to the microphone. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hi, good evening. My name is Akuya Jackson. I'm the Executive Director for Youth Together. And I just wanted to say a few things. The first thing is I wanted to thank you because in our experience doing this work, specifically just this year around the LCAP engagement and LCFF policy, your willingness to really put your money where your mouth is around the belief in students and the power of their voices is definitely something precious and not to be taken for granted. In this work, you know, having other superintendents and school board members intimidate students and really make it very tough for young people to be at the table for these decisions, I just wanted to know, I want you to know that I don't take it for granted. It's not something that is the norm. The second thing I wanted to just reiterate is that Youth Together is for sure shares the same concern around implementation and wanting to make sure that the district has the capacity to have this be a policy that lives, because we have also had the experience of passing policy and then no implementation, no follow-through.
That was my whole point.
Yeah, so I just wanted you to lift that up because I heard that and I share
appreciate
that same.
Thank you.
But also just to reiterate that it's definitely not about Youth Together, but just, you know, just making sure that the students in the district have the resources that they need, and the whole district, really, to be partners. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment to this particular item? All right. So I think at this time we're actually going to move into. Are we moving into closed session?
Madam Chair, can I just clarify?
Let me just
We're not,
make sure.
but we're not done with
We're
the
not
LCAP.
done, but we do want to
information
recess for
item.
our closed session.
we're
Is
kind
that
of-
correct?
Yes, if we could adjourn the regular meeting.
Correct. That's it.
And we're going to reconvene and
you.
talk about the LCAP.
Correct. We'll be back to discuss the final piece of the LCAP. And my phone is dead.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll now reconvene back to open session. Item I, report out from closed session, please. I just didn't see it.
Yes, there are no actions taken in closed session, therefore there's nothing to report out.
Thank you, Dr. Sugiyama.
That's the silence.
That's the quiet. All right. So we'll now move on to item J. At this time, we have a public hearing on the local control accountability plan. This is an opportunity for public comments during this public hearing. So I'll now open that public hearing. Sure thing. Thank you. Any public comment? Without any, we'll now close the public hearing. All right, and we'll move now into item K, study session on the local control accountability plan, also known as LCAP.
Yes, so President Dice and members of the board, we're going to try to make this somewhat more informal than, of course, the budget presentations always tend to be a little bit more formal because of the nature of the topic. We want to try to make this more a dialogue and conversation with the board. So with that, I'd first like to share an experience I had up at the State Department today. I was up in Sacramento. Some of the board members know that I've been very active through my whole career with the Accrediting Commission. I do training for them and I do a lot of visits. And so we have an annual meeting in Sacramento every June, about 10 of us that do training for WASC. And the morning is spent getting briefed by State Department division heads. And so, and the idea, of course, is as we're training schools to prepare for accreditation, we need to know where the state's going with various things. As when we train school teams, they ask us questions like, what are we supposed to do with the LCAP plan, as an example. So we were briefed by the head of the division that's responsible for career technical ed, or CTE, in terms of what the state, where the state is going, in terms of policy direction, some of the issues they're dealing with. We were briefed on the Smarter Balance assessment and what the state assessments will look like over the next 2 to 3 years. And we were also briefed by the person who is the division director for the LCAP department. And so in relation to that briefing, I think one of the things that's clear is that the State Department's point of view with LCAP is that it's a evolving process. They would be the first to say it's not perfect. They, for example, have already indicated that the feedback from the field has been that the template is not user-friendly, it's not easy to use, and we were told that sometime in January there will be a draft of a new template that will be presented to the state board, and then there'll be a public comment period after that so that people can weigh in on that. There seems to have been around the table, because most of my colleagues who do training hear from a lot of schools and school districts that they similarly were having issues with the template. But setting that aside, the two takeaways, or the three takeaways, number one is that there are two non-negotiables. Number one, you have to use the state template for this year, which is what we heard from the county. And secondly, you have to make sure you address the state's 8 priorities. So those are kind of what I would call non-negotiables. Beyond that, the state is saying, okay, you work with your county offices, because in our, with the exception of seven districts, or maybe counties, 7 counties, I guess, the county offices have to approve district plans for LCAP, and that's the way it's set up. And I think the third takeaway is her comments related to the fact that we're going to be kind of in a state of organized chaos for 2 or 3 years until we kind of really work through the process. And so the state's point of view is it's kind of a fluid process as we move forward. The practical issue for us, though, in Alameda County and for our district is we need to get the county to approve our plan. And so I think we indicated to the board that we had the plan that you saw on May 28th was read and reviewed by the county staff, and we went in for feedback on the review on Friday, May 30th. I think that was a really good session. They gave us some really good feedback. Some of the revisions you've seen this evening came directly from the feedback that the county staff gave to us. So without any ado, what I first want to do before we kind of launch into it section by section is I want to just say just a few things about the materials you have. So you should have a copy of the next version of the LCAP. There have been some revisions to section 1 and 2 and some revisions to section 3. In some cases, they're not quite complete yet, particularly around cost numbers, because as Mr. Bonet had stated in his budget presentation, the SACS accounting system, quite honestly, because I've been working on section 3, it doesn't lend itself to pulling out the kind of budget numbers that fit some of the things, some of the data that we're looking for. And so, in essence, in some cases, we'd have to do it manually. And so we just haven't had the time between our last review and now to complete that, but we're continuing to work on that. Beyond the actual template itself, you have an appendices, a set of appendices, A, B, C, and D. Appendix A basically has the goals that you saw in the May 28th version, but based on the county's feedback, they wanted basically the kind of global goal statement, and so what you have in Appendix A is the elaborated goals as that came from the feedback from the stakeholder groups. So we just wanted to make sure it was still part of the record. Appendix B, which is not complete yet, but we tried to get as much of it done for tonight so that you can see what we're focusing on, is an effort to capture how base grant funding is spent to support the 8 state priorities. And we'll review that later. Appendices C is pretty complete and similar to Appendix B. Appendix C, the purpose of C is to align and show how the parcel tax expenditures are aligned to the goals and the state priorities. And then Appendix D, which I won't talk about yet, is the priority setting instrument. If we are able to get to that this evening, we hope we are, for the board to engage in a little activity that I've structured for you that I think you'll have fun with, hopefully, to kind of take a first run at looking at where the board is in terms of where the board's priorities are. So those are the materials that you should have in your packet. And with that, I think we want to talk to you a little bit about Section 1. So I think that goes to the other side of the room there. I don't know if Dr. Ruby, you want to say a few words, or Anna Corita, Ms. Allen, you're going to introduce Section 1.
Yeah. So Section 1 states, it has 2 parts, the involvement process and then the impact on the LCAP. So on the, in the first column.
What page are we on?
4. At least my 4. I don't know if there's been some other printing issues. Yes.
The involvement process?
Yeah.
You know, I think there actually are printing issues because I'm looking at the printout and it's got longer and more information than what is online, which is what I would do. Is that possible? I'm just looking on page 12, for example, and it's the online version cuts off at graduation. I'm in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the kind of the 6th column over. Graduation rates will improve 10% is where the online version cuts off. And then what you printed out goes on based on the 13-14 scorecard, and then there's a whole nother thing below that. Students in grade 10 and 11 will improve. And that's kind of cut off itself at the bottom. So I don't, is that an Excel, the Word, the PDF?
PDF to Word. I think there were two versions, a PDF and a Word version.
PDF just cuts it.
Yeah, you said I think it's, well, Dr. Balfe just showed me hers on a PC, and it's working. It may be the issue that is the difference on an iPad.
Well, then that's 13. This is a different 13.
Right.
So maybe,
Do well with PDFs.
maybe how many pages is this? This is 30. It's true. The printout here is 30. My online version is 36.
And I think it just
So
continue, so we can't go by
Can't
page
go by
numbers
page numbers is
unless
what we
we're
know.
all on paper or we're all on electronic. So let's just.
So
iPad
I'm working
those
on the
away.
paper. Okay. So I'm on page 4. So the first column describes the involvement process, and so that's broken down into the established stakeholder committees, meetings, and councils, basically explaining what occurred during the months of December, January, February, and March, with established meetings or committees that we already have, which includes the elementary school staff meetings, secondary school staff meetings, our district staff meetings, which are our cabinet meetings, District Budget Advisory Council, the Annie H. School Site Council, Emory Secondary School Site Council, and the Emory Secondary Parent Teacher Organization, and the District English Learner Advisory Council. So the only one that isn't here that is the Annie H. Parent Teacher Organization, because for whatever reason this year they weren't organized. And so although I met with the officers they just weren't organized this year, and so they didn't have the opportunity to gather parents. So I used the parents who were and the information that was gathered for the NEH School Site Council and the parents who were from NEH that are part of the Parent District Advisory, the District Parent Advisory Committee. So that's what the first paragraph describes, and the second paragraph describes or explains the new stakeholder committees and councils, which is basically what you heard earlier from the youth and how they want to establish an a youth LCAP advisory council. So it just explains a little bit what the Youth Together leadership team conducted for LCAP. There, although it says in the middle, the recommendations are in Appendix C. There will be an appendix, but it won't be letter C. It'll probably be a different appendix that will actually have Youth Together's recommendations as well as the DLAC recommendations and the District Parent Advisory Council recommendations as I described at the last board meeting. So that second part just describes that process and what
Ms. Allen, will I
occurred.
have the school site council
Say that again?
also? The school site council recommendations too?
No, I wasn't necessarily placing that because I think the school site council, their attempt was to actually align what they have in their plan to what would happen in the LCAP. That was their purpose. So it wasn't necessarily, and it may be, so I basically attended 2 of their meetings, and from my understanding, it was more of they wanted to know what was happening in the LCAP so they can actually align it to their school site council plan when they put that forward, at least when they presented that to the board.
Well, at the last time they presented, a meeting or 2 ago, they only had about 3 main things that they wanted to see, some of which you had in here, like a PE
yes.
teacher, tech teacher, and I think there was one with a foreign language teacher was another one of the recommended. But
Yeah.
I think those.
They do. So it was definitely what they did recommend was definitely in the second column. So I think having the appendix just to identify those 3 particular groups because 2 of the parent groups are groups that we're mandated to actually get feedback from, and also again attempting to include youth voice is just it was important to have their voice really represented in the LCAP. So that's why those 3 groups would have a separate appendix. But everyone else it talks about when I get to the next column in terms of what the critical need is and what action step is included in the LCAP.
Okay.
For them. Okay. And then also in the involvement process, the next section is just future stakeholder engagement. Again, always recognizing that we would definitely want more input from parents and have more community meetings, but really identifying that we would want to engage the parent-teacher organization for students in K-8, and even if they don't have an organized group, but just to get more participation from those parents. And then the last part is just the calendar of stakeholder input, feedback, and consultation that was in the last draft. So on the right, the second column, which is the impacts on the LCAP, it just states that the description of the goals are directly from stakeholder meetings, and as stakeholders define goals, which is in Appendix A, and clarified needs, those final needs and requests that were common amongst all stakeholders were included in the LCAP. And therefore, the language comes directly from the LCAP sessions. So they're not in any particular order. It's just basically, it aligns from, like, for example, number 1, the critical need was stated as updated curriculum, and the action step that's included in the LCAP is adopt curriculum, writing, ELA, mathematics, social science, supplemental reading materials, acceleration, intervention, English learners, and students with special needs. So based on what they felt the critical need was, this is where it occurred in the LCAP. So each number just corresponds in terms of this is what the need stakeholders stated, and this is what action step took place or was added in the LCAP. And then I think at the end of that one, it just states some of the outcomes for the meeting. So what was the intent of the meeting and just what the outcomes were. So for every meeting, there was always an outcome, whether it was a list of needs to categorize their needs or to now prioritize their needs in terms of what would actually be included in the LCAP. Any questions on that section? And I think that's about it.
I'm sorry, on the needs section, or?
No, in section 1,
Yeah, section 1, okay, that's what I thought.
before we go to section 2.
I'm good. No,
None,
I'm
great.
good.
Okay,
I'm
good.
good with section 1.
So-
And again, you know, yeah, straightforward, but you did a lot of activity, and as you said earlier, you did most of those meetings. And yeah. Yeah, but then I'm blocking my beautiful chin from our viewers at home. All right. You don't mind. You don't mind. Anyway, thank you for all the work you did to put together all that engagement.
So next year, typically, because we didn't have a superintendent, or there were transitions, or they served as placeholders, next year, Dr. Rubio would, for the most part, lead a lot of this, or would do that with staff. And so we just didn't have that this year, where usually you have stakeholders can actually ask questions, or they would ask questions and the superintendent needs to respond to them in writing. We just didn't. I think my goal was to have enough explanation. I know Mark actually explained the LCAP in staff sessions, budget advisory, the first district parent advisory council. So our goal was to explain enough where they would not only feel that they were being heard, but to present it in a way where there wouldn't necessarily be questions due to the fact that we just didn't have a superintendent really ready and available to answer. So next year it'll look different because Dr. Rubio will be involved a lot. So section 2 starts on page 11 in terms of just the heading. So in reading the template doesn't, and I think I stated that last meeting, you won't read it across. You actually, or horizontally, you actually read it vertically. So you have to read it for what each column represents. We cannot add any lines, so you can't add any additional lines to line it up. And that was one of the concerns or issues about the LCAP template, because you cannot do that. So you have to use it exactly the way it was presented to you. So in this case, you must read it vertically versus horizontally. So you'll see the identify need and matrix. So in each column, there's the need, and then underneath it will be how we will measure that need. The second part is just the description of the goal, and because our stakeholders described our goals, it looks similar to sub-goals or objectives. We decided just to state, with the advice from our county, is just to state the general goal and to take the other pieces out and place that in an appendix, because the stakeholders they weren't necessarily conscious, or they weren't very technical in terms of how they described the goal. So they weren't concerned whether the goal was described as starting with a verb, or if it looked like an objective. It was basically their interpretation of describing the goal. So in one of the sessions, I believe the second one, when they had to categorize, the question was, what does this mean to you? So what do these 3 state priorities mean to you? And those are the descriptions that they came up with. So it wasn't intended for a goal. It wasn't intended to be objectives. And so I want to make that very clear, because I think when we tend to interpret it the way we want to, we actually we lose authentic voice. So I just want to make that really, really clear. The third column is students that the goal is applicable to, and for the most part in number 2, the majority of them will be, it is district-wide or LEA-wide. And then the schools affected, it'll state school, and I don't know, I may have to go back and do that again. So it has to state site, and then I'll state the school, or it'll say district-wide. And we don't have an annual update yet, and then you'll see year 1, year 2, year 3, what will be different and are improved for students, and then related state and local priorities. So again, the local priorities were established in the 3 containers, and that's how the goals were formed. So it would actually be user-friendly for our stakeholders versus becoming a more complicated document. So what I'll do is just kind of just go over the needs, and then if there's questions about those needs, we can have that discussion. So in goal 1, the goal is all students are provided with high-quality instruction to meet the new California Common Core state standards and improve yearly academic performance, graduation rates, and post-secondary acceptance rates. So to strengthen, so that's in column 2. Then in column 1, to strengthen the instructional needs of students, we need to, and this here is just to ensure that we have highly qualified teaching staff, K-8, and we listed the core subjects, and to measure that using the annual credential report as indicated in CalPads. For B, ensure that students in grades 9 through 12 have access to a full teaching staff who will provide instruction for A through G college acceptance courses that are required for their graduation. And we'll do the same, the annual credential report, CalPads. For C is to increase the number of course offerings and electives by 2 courses per year at ESS above the 1 AP Calculus course that we have. And that looks like that was cut off somewhere, somehow. Does anybody have it? Page 12? Is everyone's cut off? It should say something underneath it, to measure it. So I think that was cut off in the printing. No, this is cut off. This is cut off. So something happens between shifting this to a PDF, I think, and that's in. It just happened. Dr. Ralph, do you have that? Something happened. Oh, maybe I'm saying this. Yeah, you do have it. You have the full. You have it. Okay, so down. So to measure that,
Which column are you in on
so I'm
page
still in
12?
column 1, but I'm looking for letter D because that was cut off in terms of the matrix. So letter C, rather, to increase the number of offerings, and to measure that it's the master schedule evaluation and the annual district score report card, or scorecard.
Yeah, it's on page 13 on the PDF in the iPad.
So the next page is 13. So this here is the next goal number 2, which is all students will show. Well, actually, are there any questions about goal 1?
So, in the column, in the applicable pupil subgroups for this, I see an A through G, J, K from column. What does all that mean? Oh. Yeah, so what does all that mean? I see, the A/G.
You all have a line cut off. It's cut off. So in column 1, there are needs that are it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, all of that. There's like a couple pages that are actually cut off. That should go to page 16. So what it means is that those, it applies to those areas of need. So from A through G, J, K from column 1, so I'll do the second one. English learners, it applies to the letter I from column number 1. So what it says which pupils will it affect, right? So for instance, if you're looking at letter I, so letter I states, provide a part-time English development teacher for English learners in grades 9 through 12. That only applies to letter I, number 1, for English learners. Because this is the problem with the template, because you can't go across and read it, you have to give some type of indication so people understand what's going on. You have to go up and down, and that's the problem with the template. Yeah. No. No, we can't do anything. We cannot do anything different with this template. You must submit the template as is.
But you could color code for this meeting and then set it back to black and white for them.
Yes, we could have our own color-coded version.
You could,
and then
but I think
a different version for the
yeah.
state, and they don't care.
You can-
We could
You can
We
do
could have a
anything.
completely different version, and indeed, LA County has come up with an electronic version, AXA has, that spits out this, but you put in something different online, so. But this is what we got, and this is what we're working with for this year.
So unfortunately, you all, and the other part is that when it's the paper, and I think it's the printing from our copy machine, or because I noticed that also. But somewhere, somehow, something is off. So there's also, so after that, there's a letter D, which increased the number of students participating in concurrent enrollment through community college partnerships, in addition to the 2 courses that are already offered on campus. And then we would look at our BCC student roster, annual district report scorecard report to see, to measure that. E is provide 1 full-time high school science teacher, again using our annual credential reports from CalPads. F is to enroll 100% of the freshman class in the 9th grade science course, so we would use class rosters. G is to enroll at least 50% of the 11th and 12th grade population in an AP science course or in calculus. So again, we would look at class rosters. And then H is to increase the number of specialty classes offered at Annie Yates class taught by full-time credential teachers. So as you all know, teachers in kindergarten through 8th grade are multiple subject. They can teach every subject. So any class that is outside of a teacher who has a self-contained class, they're all specialty teachers. So suggestions are coming for PE or technology, but we currently have science teacher, we currently have an art teacher, and we currently have a librarian, which they're all specialty teachers. And there's a request to add 2 more to that. And those would be measured from their master schedule in the annual credential report. And then I is to provide a part-time English development teacher for English learners in grades 9 through 12, again through the credential report and also our roster. J is to provide staff the opportunity for professional development in, and a lot of you have heard teachers come and talk about these same topics, Common Core, response to intervention, differentiated instruction, and English language development. And those matrix would be looking at our professional development sign-in sheets, teacher and staff feedback, because after every session we have teachers provide some sort of evaluation, and then looking at an annual teacher survey, which we haven't done in a few years, but usually the coach used to provide an annual teacher survey to all the teachers to just give feedback for staff development. K is to be sure that our schools are safe, facilities are clean and in working conditions, so we would measure that by a local facility evaluation and an annual Williams review. Currently, only the high school receives the Williams review. The elementary school doesn't, because they typically make their AYP. And that's really how you receive a Williams review. So we have to, if we are going to look at our elementary school site for Williams, we need to have a local evaluation, because Williams doesn't address the elementary school at this time. Well, they haven't for actually quite a few years.
Well, under Williams, the district is required to do an annual inspection of all its schools. So
yeah, but it won't be the Williams. But it won't be the Williams. It won't be the. No, so let me clarify.
It's not the county coming in looking
Yeah,
at
it won't be the county coming in, and they call it a Williams review.
Mhm.
So I just want to clarify that.
Okay. So on that point, well, there are a couple Williams things. So on the good repair point, we need to set some metrics for each of the 3 years. You've got the right goal in there of a good repair goal, but there's no metric, and I think our metric is 100% good repair each of the 3 years.
No, I'm just talking to. No, I was just saying, did you note that? Okay, sure.
Okay, noted. On the first one of ensuring highly qualified teachers, I think we want to change the language to what's required in the statute and the template of fully credentialed and properly assigned teachers is what the goal is. Highly qualified is a specific ESCA statutory definition, which I've spent many years litigating over with the U.S. Department of Ed, but that's another story.
Okay. We can, because
Yeah.
this definition was the teachers at the school sites. That was their
Uh-huh, right.
definition.
But that,
So,
you know,
but we can place
yeah.
that down.
And similarly, the metric, we should establish a metric in each goal, year 1, 2, and 3 of having 100% fully prepared and properly assigned teachers, which I think is our current standard, if I'm not mistaken. I think all our teachers are preliminary, professional, clear, and we don't have any teachers teaching out of field, and so. And then what we don't have is an instructional materials metric. There are certain, you know, adoptions, et cetera, referenced later, but one of the basic metrics under priority 1 is all kids have, you know, full, adequate, and sufficient instructional materials. So each of you know, each year we should be meeting 100% of that goal. Those are some of my additions, suggested additions to the first part.
So John, where did you make those corrections at, or those revisions?
Which letters?
So
what's that? Yeah.
if you look on the printed version of page,
No, take me to the.
you want the PDF version?
Yeah.
Okay. So goal 1 is it's on 12 of the PDF. Goal 1A, first column.
Okay.
Insured students in K have access to full, highly qualified teaching staff.
Got you.
So that's one, and I think highly qualified shows up a couple places, but that's the main one. Ms. Allen just read K was the facility one on
Okay.
page 16. Be
Okay.
sure our schools are safe, facilities are clean, and working conditions. So that's a fine goal. I'm just saying we need metrics in years 1, 2, and 3 that say what that is. You know, 100% meeting good repair
Right. Makes sense.
standard.
You have that for 1A and K.
Are you confused, Ms. Emery?
I see Miss Allen taking notes, so I need to understand that someone's over here taking notes more.
I am. Say that. Yeah, I'm taking notes.
So remember, after you saying under K, the metrics says local facilities evaluation annual William report, review. You saying we need to change that to read 100%?
No, I'm saying if you go into, right now they're blank. The year 1, 2, and 3 columns across from K.
Okay, you better, okay. All right.
So year
Okay, I
1,
got
we
you,
need
I got
we
you,
need to
got
have
you. Okay,
establish
gotcha.
everything's
All right.
100%.
Okay, I'm with you
100%,
now.
100%.
Okay,
And there's not currently
got you.
a goal in the far left column for instructional materials.
What letter is that?
That somewhere
Okay.
needs to be added.
What's
with
the
you
letter?
now.
You
there a
don't.
letter?
You need to add it. There's no letter on instructional materials, so you want to make that.
Is that a need? Did it state it a need? Or are you stating that's
The way
should
that
be-
you've structured it, yes, you need to add in the far left column a need to have all students with sufficient instructional materials. We don't have that as a stated need. Yeah, right.
Okay, so with that being said,
And similarly with 100% in our, year 1, 2, 3.
but if you go to I, provide a part-time English development teacher for English learners in grade 9 through 12, there's nothing in year 1, 2, or 3 as well for that goal. Is that correct? On page 15 of the PDF, number, is that I? Provide a part-time English development teacher for English learners in grades 9 through 12. I guess my question, should there be something in year 1, 2, and 3 for that goal as well?
So this is, well,
I'm just asking.
no, I hear you, Member Dwin. This is why I want to get clarification, actually, because I hear you. So at the top it says, what will be different and are improved for students based on the identified matrix. So I'm wondering, Alpha, when you state that, so each year, what will be different or improved? That teachers will be 100% qualified, 100% qualified, 100% qualified. That doesn't show anything different. And so this is just a difference of interpretation, which is occurring all over the state for this. And so my interpretation was, what will be different and are improved for students is based on the description of goal 1. This is what will be different for them year 1, year 2, year 3. So if I state the same thing each year, that doesn't indicate what will be different. It just states, so there's, and this is what, again, what is, to me was wrong with the template. So when I make I don't read it across. It's important, I have to read it vertically because it doesn't make it doesn't help you. When you read this across, it doesn't make sense. So, because you would actually have the goal first, then you would have your matrix or objectives, and then you would have how do you measure them, and then what are who's impacted. So, I just want to get any of the board members there, or Dr. Sugiyama, or Dr. Rubio, or Mr. Bonet, in terms of when I see that, I'm looking at year 1, year 2 will be different for students, not necessarily what's in the far left, because I just don't see that. A lot of times they're not, it's just not aligned. Template isn't aligned.
The answer is yes, that even if it's 100%, that we need to say that every year. The goal in the second column is really what is, and it is supposed to be right across. The goal, you've kind of made these sub-goals out of the first metric column.
No, actually, it's not a sub-goal, it's a need. I mean, again, I know it's interpretation, so just from the stakeholders' perspective, that's a need, not a goal. The goal is the goal. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. The need is the need. And so we're just all on the same page, and I know we may have to change it in the future, but at least when I attended the workshops or have the conversation with the stakeholders, that wasn't intended for a goal. It was basically, this is the need.
Okay. Well, students have a need under the state's #1 top priority of basic services for all kids to have access to fully credentialed teachers, sufficient instructional materials, facilities in good repair. And if we're already meeting that, great, but we do, and I had a conversation with the state board staff today on this very topic, where he reaffirmed, yes, even if it seems kind of like a compliance thing, it needs to be articulated that each of those sub-elements are being met. And in some districts, it's not going to be 100%, and that they need to, have an improvement plan on how they're going to get there. In ours, it is.
So let me just comment that. So I think, well, there's a couple things. It's too bad the formatting issue has become a problem because we're not able to kind of organize it. I think some of the lettering is off, but we can fix all those things. But essentially, there are 8 state priorities, but there's really 23 priorities, if you count them. And so what I hear Board Member Affelt state is for priority 1, there's actually 3 components of priority 1 for which you need to address, the districts need to address. One is the teachers properly assigned, fully credentialed. Second is pupils have access to standards aligned instructional materials, and that school facilities are maintained good repair. So we actually do need to identify a need in response to those 3 components. Priority 2 is only 1, implementation of academic performance content standards. The priority 3, parent involvement, really has 2 components: parent input and decision making, promotion of parent participation. If you go on down the line for each priority area, pupil achievement is a good example. There are a number of kind of sub-priorities there. So No, I think if that's what you're saying, I think what you're saying is accurate in terms of what the expectation is for districts to address. So if you're really addressing the state priorities, you have to address each component of each of the 8 priorities.
Yeah, except with one caveat that I think that it's really the ones that are set out in statute. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I have to go back and look at the statute. But your parent involvement one, I don't think needs to be broken down in subcomponents. I do think of that as an overarching.
Kind of a holistic?
Yeah, an overarching. But the Williams, the school climate, and the student engagement have very specific, quantifiable, quantitative statutory metrics. You know, expulsion rates, graduation rates,
Right.
School attendance rates, which we have, chronic absenteeism. I mean, so those 3 priority areas, I think, are ones that do have to have the subcomponents. The other ones, I think we should address what kind of the statute generally says. But I
Okay,
don't
so
think it needs to be
so
strict.
taking that, I think that some of the, for example, in priority 1, the teachers being appropriately assigned and fully credentialed has been identified as a need. Pupil access to standardized instructional materials, I think, is addressed, but in another place. So the question in my mind is, when we look at the far right-hand column on the template where it says related state and local priorities, we probably need to be more specific in our description of which priority the need is actually addressing, because I don't think that, in other words, the template's not organized in the order of state priorities from 1 through 8. It's really organized or driven by the goal. So the identified needs really are driven by the goal, but the list of needs could be addressing different state priorities.
Yeah, so that's the item, and I think that's the problem with the template, is that, and why everyone has different interpretations. So if it was truly clear, then I guess you wouldn't have to have all these workshops on LCAP. However, the issue is whether it's driven by the goal, or if you take, so one of the first sessions that I attended was, do not look at the state priorities and base your goals off of your state priorities. Otherwise, you might as well just recreate a glamorized LCAP. I mean, LEA plan. And so that's where I think the rub is. But if we have to place it in there, we just place it in there, I guess. Any other things?
You're correct that the state wanted to give districts the leeway to define the goals they wanted, the way they wanted to define them. However, there's a limit to the freedom given to districts to define the goals, because however you define them, you have to address the 8 state priorities, including the subcomponents that are spelled out in statutes in priorities 1 and whatever.
So let me,
climate.
so we don't talk about this kind of formatting issue and not focus in on the contents. I think it would be a fair statement to say that in the next revision of this, we need to kind of look at how the needs line up to the priorities.
But I think that's what we did. What I'm hearing is that we need to look at what the priorities are, and we need to make sure those priorities are placed in the LCAP. Because if they're truly 23, you can have one, and so when they say make sure you have the 8 priorities, you're right, it's not really 8 priorities, it's 23. So we need to make sure all 23 show up somewhere, somehow in the LCAP. So it's not necessarily, it should be driven by the goals, but in essence, if you don't state what all the 23 priorities are, then really your priorities are driving your LCAP. And I mean, it is what it is, and hopefully the next revision of the template will lend itself to some more clarity.
So my just very short editorial comment is, if these are the 8 state priorities, why shouldn't they be the goals in the LCAP? and that what districts do is they look at those priorities and then identify the needs that the district has in order to respond to those priorities. I think I don't want to be too harsh in the words I use, but this template's really a little convoluted, because if the state has priorities, now I'll tell you, in the state of Hawaii, the State Board of Education in Hawaii has said there are 6 strategies that all schools must address. The schools know what they are. They're written everywhere. And so what the schools do is they look at those strategies and then they find what their needs are. To me, these priorities, these 8 priorities, are really what the state's saying are the goals that you need to focus on, and it would make it a much simpler process to get stakeholders to weigh in on, okay, if the first priority is basic and includes these components, then when we look at our district and what our district's needs are, based on the collection of data, what are the priority needs? What are the identified needs and metrics? To me, that's a much simpler, much direct focus. It still allows for looking at what the local needs are. It gives districts if you will, the control to kind of say, okay, in response to facilities maintaining good repair, here's what the needs in our district are. So that's my short editorial comment. I've already shared that up in Sacramento with the division director. She said, put it in email. I said, I'll do it. I don't know what'll happen with it, but anyway. So it would be helpful, I think, for us to continue the content of this. But since Ms. Allen just stepped out, let me just do a process check for a moment. There are some things that didn't show up on my template when I was doing Section 3. So I'll take responsibility for drafting Section 3. But I think there are some needs for which Section 3 did not cost out what the expenditures are. So, this is really kind of, in one way, the formatting problems has created what appears to be a little bit of a disjointed plan. I really think that because the LCAP has to be approved on June 25th, and I hate to suggest to this board, but I think we need 2 more bites at this. I really think we need to maybe have another study session latter part of next week so that we can bring back and try to address the formatting issues, but to try to make the plan look more consistent. And we can certainly go through the rest of the content so the board understands where we are with this, but I think I can see already in my mind that what we need to do to kind of make the plan more understandable, because there were some components that were left out. Plus, to be honest, we didn't have time to price out some of the things because, like I said, we couldn't pull off the system the dollar amounts to align to the, for example, all teachers who teach in the core areas. Well, not all our teachers teach in the core areas. We wanted to get a report out of our escape system as to, by teachers, a list of the teachers that we identify teach in the core areas. The system's not capable of pulling that out. So we actually literally have to go in by hand and identify, all right, Sarah Stillman doesn't teach core classes, but Mr. Miles does. And therefore, what is his total compensation? And we have to literally take a calculator and hand calculate across the page salary-driven costs, health benefits, to really have an accurate cost in the column. So those are some of the logistics we're trying to deal with. I guess it's kind of a way of saying we need a little more time with this. I'm not comfortable in going from tonight to the 25th of June and say, here's the plan. I really think we need to try to clean up as much of those kinds of issues before the board gets it on the 25th of June. So just want to do that as a process kind of.
No, I agree 110%, because I guess where I'm kind of getting confused is, does each priority have to be in a goal? Because I see the priorities here and the goals are here, and I'm hearing you guys talk, but I'm just kind of, when you say there's 8, but there's really 23, so does that mean that each priority has to go into every goal?
I think 23 might,
Okay.
there might be 23 clauses, but
Okay.
they're probably 15 or
Okay.
14 or
Okay.
something. And I think those 14 do need to be in the LCAP somewhere. So they need to be organized under at least one of the goals set out.
The priorities,
Those
8.
those 8 to 14.
Okay, so
Yeah.
8 to 14. Okay, all right, okay, all right.
And that, you know, if, I think you're right, there needs to be a need associated with whatever we're setting a goal on. And I guess there's the goal from column 2, but then I'm thinking of annual goal of, you know, columns, the year 1, year 2, year 3 columns, where we actually are saying, what are we going to do to achieve, make sure that we have facilities in good repair, that we're improving on our graduation rates, we're reducing our expulsion rates, we're improving our student attendance. I think those are metrics that need to be somewhere in the LCAP under one of the goals.
Right. The other piece we're working on is kind of refining the metrics. So let me just give you an example of one that we covered already on page 12. With reference to, I think it's a good suggestion to change the language that actually appears in the legislation. But so if we say ensure that students in K-8 have access to a fully credentialed and properly assigned teacher, whatever the exact wording is, the metric really is the county does an audit every year of our teachers, whether they're fully credentialed or misassigned, and that's done annually. And that would be, in my mind, the metric, so that 100% of our teachers are found through a annual county audit on assignment of teachers shows that our teachers are properly assigned.
Right.
And that would be a metric that would carry over every year. It's
Yep.
not a matter of improvement one year, next. It's like 100%.
Right.
First year 100%, second year 100%. So we'll, in the next version, kind of refine the metrics to fit, to really address the statement of need in more specific terms.
Right. And that fully credentialed is a different metric, because you might be on emergency credential, but you're not misassigned because you have the authority under the emergency credential. So, you know, fully credentialed means preliminary professional clear.
Right. And we don't have any emergency credentialed
Right.
teachers, so,
So that's why I
but
say I
we
think
may
we're
need to
100%.
reference that and
So
clarify that.
I think we're 100%
Yeah.
fully credentialed in this district.
So are you proposing to finish this and then come back again, or are you proposing to stop now and then revise and then come back later for another meeting?
Well, I can, I mean, I think the contents are here. I think the critical column in my mind is the first column on the left, where the identified needs are. As I said, we'll be taking a look at revising the metrics appropriate to the need, and then I think staff needs to take a look at the degree to which state priorities. So I was told today, but then I didn't get back from Sacramento till like 5 o'clock, so I didn't have a chance to totally brief staff on what I heard. But what I heard, not from the state folks, but from our person who works in the WASC office that is working with the state on the LCAP, is that the 23, and they counted, and they asked the state director, how many actually are there? And because I counted 23, and she said that's about right.
Yeah.
So my takeaway from that is we really need to make sure, and the county didn't say this, but that's okay. My takeaway was we need to make sure that we have needs identified that actually address the 23 components of the priorities. And I think we've covered quite a few of them, but I think there's some that we probably need to think a little bit about, like the school facilities issue. And so, I mean, I think that's something that we could work on over the next week and address. So I don't know. I know Miss Allen has not been well, and so I don't know that there's. I don't know, it's Dr. Rubio. There's something else you want to say about Section 2? I would be prepared to kind of at least go over what we've done in Section 3 so far.
And I would like to see the dollar figures along with it.
I don't think there's anything I want to add about Section 2. I just want to think about the calendar for a moment. if we're looking at next week, and I know we can work this out among staff, but I'm also wondering, I'll just say what I'm thinking out loud, maybe Superintendent Sugiyama and I can, I'm even wondering if we can get something back to you by the end of the, I don't know when we would be meeting. I was trying to figure out if do we have time to get something to you to get your feedback before we meet, and or not. And I don't know if we can do that, but maybe that's something we can
Well,
try
I mean,
to
I
do.
think just to kind of digress to the calendar for a moment, part of the problem is if we schedule the meeting for next Thursday, let's say,
Yeah.
it's not going to give us much time to make
Right.
those revisions. The trade-off on the other end is if the board were available and we're able to do a study session on Monday, the 23rd, I believe it is, the board meeting, of course, is 2 days later. So that would mean that if there are any final revisions to be made to the plan, the staff would have to do it on the 24th. So I think it's a question of, I would have to defer to my staff colleagues as to whether or not it's better for us to have more time on this front end over the next week and try to get you the next revisions by next Friday, it would be.
Well,
right?
and I was wondering, I don't know if we could pull this off in terms of staff or not, but I was even wondering, can we get revisions to them by the end of the day, Wednesday, the 18th, and ask for feedback by the end of the day, Friday, so that if you have some specific feedback that I know it doesn't give you much time as well, but it would be good for us to have that before we meet in person again. I know it's a short timeline for us and for you, but I'm just thinking that it would probably help us on the 23rd, and just so that we have your feedback, so that we can go ahead and add that during the day on the 23rd and make any other changes before we meet in study session again.
So I'll note, I'm not here on the 23rd, but you don't need me. But I think it's important for member Affeld, who has a close pulse, as well as member Dwin and the other board members. So if you do go forward with the 23rd.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with that, Dr. Rubio, but for me, even if I get on the 18th, I'm going to have to sit down with somebody and go over it. So, I mean, the 18th is fine with me.
So I just to not try to solve that, the timing question, but I would offer perhaps even if we set a meeting to, and we got those documents in front of us to review, because it's a draft, it's a study session. I mean, it's not like we always have things we need in front of us right before a meeting or days before. But I mean, I don't know if there's interest to have a Thursday meeting. The staff take us through the documents that they prepared, and we have that, because essentially that's kind of what we're doing now, just because of the formatting in so many ways. So, I mean, I just offer that as a thought if we were to do it next Thursday.
On Thursday the 19th?
Yeah, but that's just
or
thought.
Friday the 20th.
Or Friday the 20th.
I mean, instead of instead of writing down comments and emailing to you, we could meet on the 20th and go over them.
Later in the day?
Yeah.
I think I got an engagement on 20, but I'm good.
If you got it to us.
So the 20th is a possibility?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either day I won't be available till 6:30.
Well, that's good for me. That
Alright.
time is good. 6:30. Is that good
I
for you,
mean,
Member Affield?
I would do it,
You prefer earlier?
well, if we're going to do I could do 6:30 either night, but I prefer to try to keep the Fridays for the family, but I'll do it if Friday is the one that makes sense for staff.
Thursday's not good for you?
I could do Thursday.
What about you, Christian?
Both days work for me. I'm
Okay.
pretty open.
Thursday's not good for you?
Well, Friday.
So Thursday won't work for Ms. Allen?
Friday, if we gotta do
So
Friday,
Friday,
Friday.
the 20th? But you can get us another revision. You get us another revision by the end of the day Wednesday, or?
I'd like to make
Thursday
that our
morning?
goal, if we can get something to you by the
Probably Thursday.
end of the day on Wednesday. That will give you some time to even give us feedback before Friday if you're
Mhm.
willing.
Mhm.
Are you
Yeah,
able
I
to?
think this is more to staff, because we're kind of a study session, informal. that means we're going to have to block out like maybe all day Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. And quite honestly, it's been with the close of school and all the other events, it's been hard for certainly the three of us, along with Mark, for all four of us to be able to carve out like 6 hours at a block to go through this. So since tomorrow is, or today is the last day for students, and I think we're going to have to look at calendar next week, and we're going to really have to kind of look at where we can block out kind of chunks of time. If the goal is to send to the board the next revision by Wednesday evening.
Yes.
And then I guess I'm having trouble hearing because I don't hear people coming through the speaker, but, so is the plan then to meet in a special meeting on Thursday or Friday?
Friday.
Friday.
Okay.
After 6:30 p.m.
Right.
You can't do, Friday.
I'm good. It's the 27th that I got. Oh, yeah, I'm good the 20th. Yeah.
But Mark's not good the 20th.
Can you beam yourself here?
But if you can get the numbers
Right, just put the numbers in.
but before then, I think it's more important for you to have put your number input into it going in.
Right.
Because I mean, if we have questions on numbers, we can get those to you, but would be my.
And then we have that next bite of the apple, as that phrase goes,
Right.
on the.
So I have
between-
some other general comments, not super extensive, on the goals and a few on the actions. Would you?
Related to section 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But,
can I just do a time check? We have 20 minutes before, 25 before 11. So I want to raise that because Melody's time is about to fall asleep. So
Yeah.
I just want to throw that out. Not fall asleep, but
I'm with you.
getting tired. So that's all.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody.
So, why don't I set these out pretty quickly, and then if people have questions, you either get them in, or staff can kind of follow up with me later. But I think they're pretty straightforward. I thought that there's pupil achievement goals in both Big Goal 1 and Big Goal 2. Just seem to be, and I'm not suggesting necessarily a change, but just kind of reflect and think about it, that in some ways it seemed that the logic of the 3 big goals, i.e. those set forth in the second column, track the kind of the logic of how the template divided up the 8 priorities between conditions of learning, pupil achievement and outcomes, and then parent and student engagement. I don't know if that was the intention of how to put the stakeholder feedback together. But those, so it would seem that you might think about putting all of the achievement goals and then actions and expenditures in the next section under one goal. Like that's goal 1 is the achievement, and then goal 2 is, or maybe goal 1 is the conditions of learning, and goal 2 is all the achievement stuff. There seem to be some crossover there, but again, that is just a suggestion.
It is crossover, and it was intentional. Because a lot of times when teachers look at the achievement goal, and even when you look at a formative or assessment, you're still looking at like benchmark assessments. So if you see there's one metric in terms of, the second part is talking about RTI and access to intervention. It's a different sort of measurement versus the first one, which is basically your online assessments, the SBAC or the CASP, where in the second goal, it's referring more to students on that tier 2. So when it's the RTI and you have the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, goal 1 is referring more to the students who receive services at tier 1, which is your core instruction, and goal 2 is referring to the students who receive tier 2 instruction or intervention services or acceleration services. So I think when the teachers did this, that was intentional.
Okay.
Let me add something, though.
Yeah.
That being said, I think we'll still go ahead and look at it, what you're saying, because I get your suggestion that we'll go ahead and look at it and determine, should we leave them with the overlap, or maybe are they better set apart?
Yeah, okay. And all the goals that are set with, specific metrics, year 1, year 2, year 3, in goal 2, goal 2 was, the big goal 2 was about both academic and also kind of socio-emotional aspects and growth, right?
Mhm.
Which I like. I like that. But all the actual goals, when you look at the metrics, relate only to academic stuff. And there weren't really very thin goals about what are we doing to, improve the socio-emotional learning, and how are we going to measure that. Yeah, I mean, there's a peacemaker participation, but, like improved peacemaker participation rates. Are there any other improvement measures, or is there stuff on wellness, or how we're going to, maybe it's surveys, measure.
So you're talking about, are the metrics aligned to the big goal?
Yeah.
In the same section?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and that we.
So the intent for goal 2, what you see the social emotional learning is, so goal 2 is not socially emotional learning. What it is students will show growth academically and socially. That's a little different in terms of, and that's why I wanted the description of the goal to stay there, but it still confused everyone here, and why it's in an appendix. So the intent for that was just to talk about students would be able to be critical thinkers. It was more socially in terms of how they are socially in academics, but again, this is based off of what the stakeholders, their intent was more of thinking about RTI and formative assessments and students having access, where goal 3 lends more of the wellness. But now, without having the description of the goal, you have now even more confusion. So before there was confusion because I described the goal, and now the goal is not described, and now there's still more confusion. So again, the more we do this, the more diluted the stakeholder voices become, because we're trying to make sense of it ourselves versus just letting it almost ride, at least year 1, based off of what the stakeholders described it as. So I mean, we can change it, however, and look at it, but at the end of the day, it will be this group who will end up changing this and not necessarily creating, from, in my opinion, really staying true to what stakeholders defined it as. But this is where the confusion comes from.
So let me ask a question so I can understand the document as a whole. So staying there where we're at, so we're saying that goal 2, to demonstrate academic and social emotion growth and learning students will need. So
So we're looking at the next column over from that,
okay.
the big goal.
Okay, so that's the big goal.
Yeah.
Okay. All students will show consistent growth academically, and socially, demonstrating the ability to think critically, be kind, understanding, yada, yada, yada. So that's the goal. Now, to demonstrate academic and social emotional growth and learning students will need, that's the need? Okay, let me ask you this. How does that relate to the goal?
So in this case, I can clearly see where the confusion is doing, because it doesn't look like it relates to the goal. But that's why the goal is described. See, when the goal is described, you could then start to relate why stakeholders stated that was a need. But as soon as we took out the description, because everyone wanted to make that sub 1, goal 2, sub goal 3, sub goal A, B, C, now we have to therefore go and redefine the goal so the goal will make sense with the needs. But it just after a while, you just end up changing everything so it can make sense. But at the end of the day, this is a project that we're building the plane while we're flying it. That's all. That's the only way I can state it.
Ms. Allen, I don't agree with your prior critique that we're necessarily diluting. I'm trying to actually express, in the expectation of the county and the state, what our big goal 2 is here. And when I look at the expanded goal, where you sort of explain that. You had, a point 1 and a point 2, and the point 1 is the academic side of the big goal 2, formative assessments, hands-on projects, report, and then point 2.2, students are able to demonstrate skill development and citizenship, community participation, life skill activities, career awareness and training, etc. Those are things I'm just saying we don't need to put them in sub-bullets. I think they belong in the year 1, year 2, year 3 columns where we have some metric that says this is how we're measuring citizenship and community participation, and this is what we're going to look for in year 1, year 2, and year 3 in that respect, and that's how we're going to know that we're moving on that big goal, both aspects of that big goal too.
Well, so let's, and I'm going to rely on Anna Carita and Dr. Rubio to, as we think about the feedback we got from the county, one of the reasons why the goals, the 3 goals, got shortened was because I think the feedback from the county reader was that some of the components of the goal description sounded like needs. Isn't that what Ingrid said? So therefore she said, well, if they're not the needs, if it's really the goal, just take those out and just go with the global statement.
No, I think hers was more of, it would be sub-goals. So what she wanted to see was like goal 2 and then goal 2.1, goal 2.3, goal 2.4, where because it was in that column, a lot of districts stated the goals, but they didn't necessarily describe their goal. They described the goal by stating another goal. And so in this case, I mean, I understand what Member Alfeld is stating. It's basically, if we're stating that, measure everything. And so what didn't come up for stakeholders is it wasn't critical to measure that. It was, this is the goal, this is what we think we need from the goal, and if it's not in there, we think we already have it together.
No, but I think the conversation I recall with Ingrid was that when they read the elaborated goal, which was the template they reviewed, she did say like what was in Appendix A now, 2.1, 2.2, and I didn't number them for the sake of suggesting they're sub-goals, because when we talked about it, it was all part of the whole goal. But I think what Ingrid said was that, but you're not going to have metrics tied to these, and so if you're not having metrics tied to these, you should just take those out.
Yeah, because it's the way it's written. So when we just think of a goal as it has to be written a certain way, it still looked like a goal. That's why it was taken out. So stakeholders, again, they're not concerned whether, oh, does it read like a goal? Does it read like a narrative? Does it read, perfect? It was just, that's how we describe the goal. And so we took that out because it became confusing to anyone, whether it was county or here, that it looked like it was another goal or a sub-goal or an objective. And that was the reason. It's a combination of everything why it was taken out, because it was just too confusing.
Well, the county was clear that it's confused, you should take it out, because they said, those aren't your needs, are they? And we said, well, no, the needs are in column 1.
But now when you read it and you don't have the description and you look at the needs, you're trying to figure out, well, how does this goal relate to this need? But I understand what Member Alford is stating, is that if we're stating this is what it is, then how do we measure it? Although the stakeholders didn't identify that it need to be measured, whatever needs to be measured, we can measure it. So if that's an area, we just put it in there and we need to measure it.
So yeah, that I would say either that we put it in and measure it so we know we're delivering it, and the county's going to be looking for that. Or if it's just part of our mission and we think we're going to be doing that by doing the academic measured piece, then that's, we just focus on the first part of it that's academic and measured. But I'm perfectly happy having some metrics in there of citizenship, community participation, or.
Okay, so, but again, I just want to reiterate this, and that what I understood was when they read our draft, they said that some of the things you have in the goal statement sound like needs, but we had a separate column where there were identified needs. Okay. And so I think the confusion, well, at least what I heard from the county was they were confused as to whether the goal, the elaborated goal, really was the needs or whether the needs are in column 1. help me with this, Anna Creta, but I don't think because we don't need to identify metrics for the goals. We need to identify metrics for the identified needs, right?
That was correct. That's correct.
So therefore, if we started developing metrics for students are able to demonstrate citizenship, community participation, that's not really what the process is about, is it? It's not about identifying metrics for the goal. It's about based on the goal, identifying what the needs are, and then identifying metrics for the needs.
And you say the county's going to hold us to showing growth on the needs.
So tell me if I didn't hear it.
Could you repeat that for me? Could you repeat what you said? Because I lost you for a second.
Okay, so my understanding of what the county said is they read our goals and they said, well, some of the parts of your goals sound like needs. And so is that your intention? We said no, and because Anna Creta kept saying that the entire description of the goal is really the entire description of the goal. It was never intended to create a set of sub-goals. The needs in column 1 in our previous draft, as well as this one, are the needs that the stakeholder groups identified in response to the goal. So that's what you develop metrics for. You develop metrics to assess the degree to which you're meeting the need, not the goal. And it's a little bit of semantic discussion, but I mean, I think that for me, the county was very clear that, and that's why they recommended take out all those bullets that you had under goals, because someone might read it and think, well, those are your needs, so why don't you have metrics for it? That was not our intent.
Get out of this bog. If you substituted the word need for where is there a gap, so you've got goals, and where are you not meeting the goals, that's where you want to have a metric. Is that what I'm hearing? Because that's what it sounds like. And if, I think that thinking might help clarify and move it forward.
I think it is good thinking. Of course, we can't say that because that would be changing the template, and that's illegal.
So
yeah, no. Yeah, I'm being facetious. Yeah, absolutely. That's the identified need and metric is where's the gap.
I'm going to jump in here a second and try not to stir the pot more. I'm hearing a couple of things, and one of the things I'm definitely hearing is that given the constraints at the end of the year and the transition, there hasn't been a lot of time for I'm going to call them the two superintendents, to wordsmith this as much as they would like, but now they've set aside that time next week. And then the second thing that I keep coming back to is, while we're stuck with this template and we can argue about its quality over and over again, I'm going to say on the record the state has done a wonderful job and provided us with an excellent tool that we're going to use. However, we can have an infinite amount of supporting documentation. It's why I like the appendices, and I like the other things, even color coding it for us to then take it out when we submit it. We have options. If we fixate on the template and what's wrong with it, we're not going to get anywhere. But if we think about a few minutes of what's the workaround, how can we explain this in terms that, and I don't care about the 5 of us up here, that the community can understand it, and we can use an infinite amount of other tools. My district, the template was 103 pages that nobody's ever going to read, but they did a nice 18-page summary in their own format. And so I really feel like if we take some time and give you guys time just to wordsmith this, because I think it's clear to me you understand the limitations of what we can do with it, but really spend some time, hammer it out. I think you've gotten a sense from Mr. Affelt what he wants to see in there. Take the time and get it back to us, and then we'll read it and come back for another study session.
So Member Pats just states there have been other versions that stakeholders, those are the graphic organizers they use to actually do this work. And so why we never started out with the template in the first place. So that has happened to a certain extent. The second piece is that we have to get this passed by the county. And I think we need to, in terms of bandwidth, my goal is to get it passed by the county. Next year, we can color code it, we can place it around the room for all I care. But right now, I think what Dr. Sugiyama is stating is the three of us attended a session at the county where they gave us feedback.
Right.
Right?
But that's the cart before the horse. Before you can take it to the county, you got to get it past us.
So, yeah.
And that's where we're bogging down.
Basically.
I mean, just personally speaking,
So.
I'm having a really hard time reading this. I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna cut it, I'm gonna paste it, I'm gonna tape it, so it's one big, long document, and then I'm gonna color code it myself, just so that I can have an easier time reading it. That's just how my brain will work that way. So I feel that at least by the next time we have this conversation, I will understand it better, but I'm having a hard time just following.
I mean, yeah, I attended three or four workshops to understand this.
I'm sure.
So it's not easy to understand. And in terms of time, we do have to think about the county has to pass it, because even if we pass it in a format that we thought was clear, if they don't pass it, we have to still come back and rework it.
No, I understand, but in my own seat here, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, yeah, you've got my approval when I'm having a hard time following it. So that's just my own process. Is I'm going to go home tonight and cut it and tape it and color it up so that I can understand it better.
Reproduce that.
Maybe.
And let me just add, we may have to figure out the printing thing tomorrow for you first, just so you know, just to remind you that you may not have a good enough paper version for that.
Lisa, I'm going to come see you tomorrow.
Why can't print your PDF? Yeah.
I have a question. Is there any way that we can create this template in a Word document and then kind of,
It is Word.
Oh. I mean, is there any way that we could, kind of reformat this and, not in the template for the state, but maybe somehow copy this or do something to make it a little bit easier to read?
You mean line up
Something.
so you can read across it?
Yeah.
So could I just try to get closure a little bit on section 2, unless you have some questions regarding the specific needs in column 1? I think part of the hang-up with this, we can't change the template, so I'm not going to complain about it.
No,
but the point is, really, column 2 should be column 1. The problem here is that, but setting that aside, the most really important columns in section 2 is the far column on the left that identifies the needs and the metrics and how things are going to be different for kids over the 3 years. Right. Those are the important columns. Right. And I'm saying that because I don't want us to get too hung up on, well, are the needs really aligned to the goal statement?
Okay.
That's not the kind of thing that's going to cause the county not to approve our plan. And those are the kind of revisions that the district can make because there is a revision process that districts can go through, right?
Yeah.
So.
The other thing is that, understand, in column 1, you all can't afford everything here. We can't. So to have us go back and do all of this for each need, some of these needs won't be in here. And where I would hope that we would get to, instead of being caught up, is that John actually provided chart paper so we can get through some of the priorities that the board had, because some of this will be taken out anyway. The only thing that we can address is in goal 1. So whatever the needs are is what we need to address. And I guess to state out the 8 state priorities or the 23 priorities, we have to state that. But some of this in here, you all have to make a decision. You won't be able to fund it. And so to have us go back and recreate a lot of work when we haven't gotten to the real decision making, we'll get here June 25th and we'll still talk about the template and you all haven't made a decision.
Okay, all right, well.
So let me just, though, say one thing about that. And I'm prepared to facilitate a prioritization process, but my only concern, Anna Creed, is I'm not sure, because of the copy I got, I'm almost feeling like I'm missing some of the needs. And what I did was I wrote section 3 based upon the template I have, and I think there were some things left off it potentially. That's the only reason. Now, the prioritization process really will only take 40 minutes. Okay. So what I'd like to propose we do, is we address any other questions or comments around the content of what you are seeing here, and then let me go through section 3 so you understand what the format is, understand that we'll refine the numbers, in some cases add numbers to it. And then I do want to just briefly talk about the parcel tax appendices And then I'll tell you, I'll explain to you in 5 minutes what the prioritization process is, so you can begin to think about even some of the things listed on this draft. And so when we meet Friday, we can go through the prioritization process, because Mr. Bonet's got to finish the budget, and since LCAP and the budget have to be adopted together, there will be some implications to the adopted budget that will be driven by the decisions you make on the priorities. So really the goal is to have the board agree on what the priorities are for funding by next Friday evening.
Great, that sounds good.
So
I had one substantive response that's pretty specific. I do not like the language in somewhere in goal 3, it's on page 15, of hold parents accountable to support their children's education. It just came across like we're trying to be the good parent police. And I think we should be clear about our expectations of parents and what our needs are as a district for their support, and we should do what we can to support them. But I didn't like that particular language, so if we could edit that.
Okay, we can address that.
Probably could just, yeah, that came from a parent group who was basically stated that.
Well, we want to use them to do that.
It's probably one of
and
those, the
help
parents
us.
are the toughest on parents, right?
Yeah, they can be very good, but that's not necessarily for the board to be doing that. I have like specific actions or points on actions, but I'll probably just email you, John and John. On that. I mean, I just like 2 points, but so I don't want to bog us down here because they're not as substantive. And I did really like the parcel tax sheet, so.
So John, you're going to take us through the next section?
Okay, so let me just tell you how we frame Section 3. So if you look at, and Section 3 starts on page 20? Yes, page 20. And this is, I didn't change the template, so you have the goal number reference in the column, the far left column. You have the related state and local priorities that are identified by number. And then you have the action and services. So the action and services, that third column, really was intended to mirror what was in column 1 in section 2, okay? The identified needs. Now, Anna Creed and I talked about this. Some of the identified needs in column 2 don't necessarily specifically define the action. So there was a little bit of, if you will, editorial license, and this is another thing that Dr. Rubio and Anna Creed and I have to look at. But ultimately, the priorities that the board needs to establish are for those actions and services listed in column 3, or the third column from the left. Again, with the caveat that there might have been some things that I missed in the translation from section 2. So I want to just then, as you can see, that the 3 important columns then that follow are what actions are performed and services provided, and what's the anticipated expenditures for each action, including the funding source. So I'm not going to go through all 3 columns other than to illustrate what happens with some of the staff actions. So we already talked about provide fully credentialed and properly assigned teachers for core subjects. We just need to define what the cost is. It's probably going to be in the millions of dollars. And what are the funding sources? LCFF base grant, general fund, Title I parcel tax are the likely 3 sources of funding for that. But I want to go to the next line. So the next one says provide a full-time PE teacher. That's Anna Yates. And in 1415, the expense is certificate salaries and benefits. And I want to explain the number 103,727. In our teacher's contract, teachers can get a certain amount of credit for years of service and the number of credits they've earned beyond their BA. And so that drives where they're placed on the salary schedule. Under the current contract, we have pegged this amount at the maximum cost that a potential hire would cost the district. So this is a fairly ultra-conservative. Teachers can come in with 10 years of experience, which means they can come in on step 11. Do we often hire a teacher that comes in getting the full amount of service credit? Probably not. However, if you peg the cost at a lower step on the teacher's salary schedule and you find this outstanding candidate's had 10 years of experience, then you're going to under budget for that. So we thought it's better to err on the side of this is the maximum exposure in terms of cost in the first year, and that 103 represents the top salary at that step is $74,727. We added 13% salary-driven costs, which are workers' comp, STRS contribution, unemployment insurance, those things. And then on top of that, we added what the health benefits would cost at full coverage, at the most expensive coverage. That's how we got to 103. And if you go across, the following year, it goes to 106, and the year after that, 107.9. And that represents, we just, for purposes of projection, built in a 2% adjustment to salary, as opposed to keeping it a flat amount, which is kind of for purposes of budgeting. So that's how we got that number. You see the sources for funding that position. So as you go down and you look, for example, next to full-time technology teacher, counselor to provide college guidance or administrative support, you see those personnel costs. Now, we ultimately, when the board does the prioritization, decides how they're going to spend at least the $240,000 in supplemental and concentrated grant monies. It's possible, let's just say hypothetically, you were say, we think these two positions are really important. So we go out and we say, okay, but we're going to have to think about that. It may cost $206,000, $103,000 twice. But let's say then we go through the process of hiring those positions, and lo and behold, instead of a cost of $206,000, it's really only $170,000. So then you have basically identified another $30,000 that's unallocated that could be used to fund a priority that you weren't able to fund before. And that would be a revision that you would make to the plan at that point. So we think it's far better to overestimate the cost, the maximum exposure, and then if there's dollars that are freed up, then the board has the opportunity to then go down the list of priorities and identify other things to be able to fund. Going down the line, curriculum adoptions, the proposal is to focus on writing next year. We estimate the cost of $20,000. Supplemental materials for that particular need, F, we're estimating $10,000, and you can see the funding source in that case is Common Core Implementation Grant. And that's to address F and G, the $10,000. So you can see in that first column it says F and G from column 1. So again, this is the alignment issue across the page, but we won't dwell on that. H, provide more AP Online electives courses, 4 sections is what I think section 2 says, 2 AP classes and 2 elective classes. What we did for this one is we costed out 1 section at ESS, cost $16,745. We did not at that point calculate what the health benefits are, only because it depends if you hire a full-time teacher or if you can hire if you hire a part-time teacher, then the health costs will be prorated accordingly. I is about professional development in each of those 6 identified areas. And the focus in the first year that is proposed is professional development for 4 of those areas, including special ed. The The estimated cost would be about $60,000. Again, that would come from Common Core, combination of Common Core implementation, Title II, and parcel tax. G at the very bottom for Goal 2, so it's the first one aligned to Column 1 in Section 2 for Goal 2, purchase Chrome laptops. The proposal is to purchase 10 laptop carts with 30 Chromebooks, and each cart with 30 Chromebooks, we estimate the price at about $9,500, so 10 would cost $95,000. Doesn't mean you have to buy 10, but that would be what the cost is for the proposal of 10 fully equipped carts. Student information system, I think those numbers are pretty good. In the first year, $10,000. The second, third year is the annual license fee. The wellness, fund wellness staffing and behavior management, team stipends, which is tied to C in column 3. We estimate the cost to be $15,000. Going down to, actually, that $15,000 is to address C and D in column 3. The college guidance materials, E on the next page, implement a program for 9-12, develop a program for 6-8. Primarily, it's the cost of the materials. That's estimated $5,000. Goal 3, provide parent workshops and training. We need to look at these numbers, but the initial estimate was $2,500 for A, and for B, the estimated expense is $7,500. And so, for the areas, for the action and services identified in Section 2, at least for the ones that I had on my hard copy of Section 2, that's how we kind of basically created Section 3. For redesignated fluent English proficient students, the expenses and sources for the funding are actually in the first section on in the section for EL learners and for low-income students, which is why the actual dollar expenditures are not in. So I'm looking at page 29 on the hard copy. So for the redesignated fluent English proficient students, the dollar amounts are not included there because they're addressed in either of the two previous groups or one of the previous groups.
Yeah, so on, I guess on 3B there, I'm not sure that it works and satisfies the transparency intent to have all of 3B be addressing goals 1, 2, and 3 together, and that we should separate out which of the 3B actions pertain to which of the goals.
Okay.
I think the other some of my comments that I was going to send you kind of touched on the actions generally. I don't think that there are actions for all aspects of the column 1 needs from section 2 goals, right? So like we identified clean, safe facilities, but we didn't have any actions or expenditures associated with that. Is one example that came to mind. And there might have been, as you said, there might have been other things that you didn't line up. So I would just double check to see that we have goals and actions on everything in that need column. And it seemed to me that nearly all the things, particularly in the expanded goals under goal 1, I thought that's a pretty good description of our core program. Is goal 1 of the expanded goal appendix, and that many of those things could, well be actions that are in 3A, and that have expenditures next to them, and you put that stuff in there, you will satisfy the requirement of reflecting nearly all of our LCFF expenditures. Does that make sense? John, you seem not.
I'm sorry,
It doesn't
can
seem
you,
to make
can you
sense.
I was gonna actually say it again, too.
Okay, so my last point here was that on this Appendix A, LCF, LCAP expanded goals, just goal 1, I'm not saying it's not necessarily goal 2 or 3, but goal 1 in particular, I thought, is a very good definition of our core educational program. And that nearly all of these subpoints could be actions in 3A with expenditures associated with them that reflect 80% of our district, what we spend our money on.
Let me get back to 3A, okay.
And that
And some of them should already be in there.
Yes.
Already, but maybe we can go, what we can do, I think, is go ahead and check these.
Yes, right.
Okay, to make sure we're being comprehensive on your previous points that you've made in other meetings that address the same
Yes.
topic. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, John, are you saying that some of the appendix expanded goals that are here could actually go into the action and service areas of 3A?
To the extent we're providing them
Okay.
now, yeah, I mean.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And tax dollars, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not providing them, then they're a need that we need to
Right,
be identifying as Carol said, a gap to achieving goal 1, and then it's a.
I'm understanding it a little bit better now of how to go about it.
But I mean,
It's a description, so I think John wrote expanded goal, it's just a description. However, in that description, it actually captures some of it. So I just want to make sure we don't get that caught up, so we don't go back to the goal and trying to create metrics for the goal. It just happens to be that in this description, it actually describes goal 1 a lot thoroughly, in your opinion, versus the other other goals. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, in particular, yeah, I thought that many of these points describe what we are doing. It's sort of our core educational.
But we'll go back and look at those.
Yeah.
Because it's not to say some of those couldn't be added as action or services. That wasn't the intent, I think,
Yeah,
is what I hear Anna
that's-
Cruz say, but.
Yeah, that is kind of
And
my
many of those
suggestion.
things are in there.
It's like maybe those things should be actions and services.
Okay.
Under 3A, that kind of, 3A is the general ed program, 3B is the supplemental concentration. What are you doing over and above the
Gotcha,
general ed
gotcha,
program
John.
for your high needs
Okay,
students?
okay, now everything's coming, it's being clear now. Okay. I got it.
Okay, so unless, understanding how the staff is going to go about revising section 2 and then, which will drive changes to section 3. So appendix C was the first stab at trying to align the state priorities to the parcel tax. And one of the reasons why we did this is because our total budget, as you remember this evening, is $9.897 million. But of that, 2.5 comes from parcel tax. So that's quite a large percentage of our total revenues. So, and obviously, as the board is aware, the parcel tax is used to support actions and services that really do align to the state priorities in many cases. So this is, of course, we designed this template. It's not a template we got from anywhere, but it seemed to capture what we thought were the most important things. So which goals are we addressing? What are the related state and local priorities? Based on that, what is the action services that we're actually implementing? What is the level of service, is it district-wide or at each school? And then what the actual cost from the parcel tax is for each of those actions and services. And I think when we did this, we actually wanted to identify the actual dollar amount. And so this was easier to put together because we just completed the report to the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, and our system tracks parcel tax expenditures by options. And so for each of these, we can actually get very quickly, the bottom line dollar amount. So, we did this one first, and the idea was to use something like this to be able to capture LCFF basic grant expenditures in this kind of format. I think the only thing we need to be careful of is what we submit to the county needs to be sure that we address all of the priorities. So in other words, if the board can't fund some items that are addressing a certain state priority, and that's the only item to address it, we've got to identify something that we can fund either through existing funds, existing basic grant funds, so that in the submission, the county will see that all 8 priorities are being addressed. So that's kind of the plan moving forward.
Yeah, this, as I said, this is great. I really appreciated this. I think it's also a great public transparency document, and it connects our parcel tax investment to our immediate, 8 state priorities that we need to be addressing. So, and I would venture that few, if any, other districts have done this with their parcel taxes in this way. So
And
thank you.
our plan is still to try to get as much of what the basic grant funds would just, quite honestly, the ability to put it in this format is not the problem. It's generating the dollar amount. So Mr. Bonet and I will be working on trying to find some ways to query the system so that we can pull out the data we want to show what we're funding with basic grant dollars to align to the state priorities. So.
And I guess I would, on that front, I think you got an indication from the county they're not going to be super strict on that requirement for this year. I mean, it seems like you don't need to kill yourself to get the right exact dollar amount, but
Right.
If you're kind of saying, well, that's about 60% of our instruction and 30% of our facilities investment, or you get kind of a rough figure. I
From
think,
the general fund, we know that roughly 87% is for salaries and benefits, and the rest go to operational kinds of things, which, as a general rule, aren't so much tied to state priorities except for the school facilities piece. But everything else is really instructional. So we kind of got to look at, if we subtract 87% of our general fund budget from $9.8 million and we take out operational costs, then what is the dollar amount left generally used to support instruction, whether it's materials and supplies, instructional materials, and then we can make a pretty close estimate, I think, for what the basic grant investment is, for example, in instructional materials or technology. So I just want to move us along to Section D, Appendix D rather. So Appendix D was not completed because we are still working on Section 3. But the idea in Appendix B is, and so let me just share with you that we're calling them slightly different things, but we're looking at what the funding priorities, so you see the same items: provide a full-time PE teacher and NE8s, provide a full-time technology teacher. You see the estimated cost, you see the funding sources, and on this sheet, we're also telling you whether it's in the budget for 14-15 or whether it's not. So that when you actually go through prioritization, you can really focus in on those things that are not funded at this point in time. So, but this will be, once we finish the next iteration of Section 2 and 3, we will have a more, we actually don't really need this appendices until hopefully next Friday when we are able to do the prioritization. So I'm going to tell you how we're going to do the prioritization. You can think about it. Usually I don't share this before we do it. It's got to be a surprise, but this is how we're going to do it. So you're going to have something like Appendix D. I'm going to ask you individually as board members to consider a set of criteria. And staff came up with 4. We don't represent that to be the only 4 or the most important 4, but those are 4 things that we think are important criteria for you to consider as you're weighing what it is that you're going to fund. So they are, those proposals that provide direct services to students, the proposals that impact, have the greatest impact on student achievement and learning, those that have impact on getting our students college and career ready, and those proposals that provide student support both in terms of academic and personal growth. So what I would ask you to do is that between now and the time we do this, for you to think if there are any other criteria that you think are important considerations as you go through the exercise of developing priorities. So literally next Friday we'll start here and we'll say, okay, are there any other criteria you think are important before we ask you to prioritize those items that are being proposed for funding. Then we're going to ask you individually to take about 15 minutes to take the final list that's on Appendix D, and we're going to ask you individually as individual board members to prioritize, rank order the items. And there's a little algorithm for how we do this, and in the end it depends on how many actual funding items end up in Appendix D. But then you'll be given little Post-its, or colored dots, if you will. And after you individually rank the items from first priority to some number yet to be determined, you'll get those number of dots or Post-it, and you're going to come up and you're going to post those dots on each of the funding priorities. That's why these sheets were here. We were going to write them down, and we realized I think I may have missed a couple because of the formatting issue. But and then you're going to come up and you're literally going to paste your dots or your Post-its next to each item, so that the board then can visually see as a board where you are as a board in terms of what appears to be the highest priority items. Usually when you go this exercise, the items with the greatest degree of consensus become very apparent upon visual inspection. But you should never make the decisions just based on numbers. So the whole goal of putting your dots or Post-its up there next to each item is, if it appears that there are 3 or 4 or 5 items that have a largest cluster of board responses, and say 4 out of 5, then you need to engage in the qualitative conversation about whether or not those really represent what you believe to be the most important priorities for funding. And our goal then next Friday, at this point in terms of our time sequence, is for you to make that decision by next Friday, so that when we prepare the final budget for adoption and the final LCAP plan, that we can reflect that in the plan. Because the county was very clear. They said, do not send us a plan for any items, for any identified needs that are not going to be funded. They don't want to see that. They only want to see what you're going to fund, because part of what they're going to do is they're going to look at the cost proposed for funding, and they're going to, one of the criteria for review is, can the district really afford it? So very straightforward process. It'll only probably take about 40 minutes, 45 minutes at the most to do that.
And we can, of course, put in an appendix. Here's our next, highest need, what we would want to do next, so that if in fact we hire the PE teacher who's a first year instead of a 10-year, we know what we.
Yeah, the plan usually with this is, if you have items ranked order from 1 to 10, and you can only afford to fund 3 or 4, the assumption is that if you get identify new revenues, that the board at least would first consider what number 5 was on the list. And depending on the time when that occurs, and if there isn't other grants or things that come in that take care of number 5, then at least technically the board should at least have to look at whether number 5 is in fact the next thing for funding.
And just to add, I think the board already knows this, but as I meet with parents or as I meet with teachers, I'm trying to do my best to remind people or let them know that the list that we're going to have in front of us by Dr. Sugiyamo's analysis runs from $700,000 to $1.2 million in expenditures, and we have about $240,000 of supplemental and concentration funding. So, if by chance you talk to any parents or teachers, just so you know the message I've been sending when I get the chance, and that you have those numbers.
But I guess Just so you can at least take a futures planning approach to this too. I think the current projection, as Mr. Bonet presented tonight, is next year 241,000 in supplemental concentrated grant, and the projection based on actual calculator. It's a kind of a hybrid. You use both FICMAT and school services. One organization is much more conservative than the other, but maybe too conservative. So, you know, this using the hybrid of both calculators and come up with a number projects that for 15-16 the district will receive another about $200,000, and then the year after that approximately another 200,000, just in terms of round numbers. If there are things that can't be funded in year one, assuming that those projections bear out with the actual allocation of dollars from the state, the board will have opportunities to consider funding other priorities. And of course, as you go through the process of revising the LCAP, there may be other needs that are identified in the subsequent year that's not on the current list. So,
And the base $85,000, again, that's, you presented that as $85,000 in additional base, but just to be clear, are you saying that's canceled out by the other problems we have with losing Gear Up and?
and the STRS is going to take up about 60% of that if it goes through.
Right, so the 57,000 on STRS, that's, so it's 85 before all of those other negatives are considered.
That's correct. That's
Okay?
correct.
Yeah, so it's not 241 plus 85, it's just
That's correct.
241. All right. Bad news bears.
Before we adjourn.
I just want the board to be aware that the 20th, when we meet, that's the day we publish the packet for the 25th. So I don't know what that packet's going to look like, if we'll be, and we'll definitely be making revisions on the 20th, so FYI.
Had that thought.
Well,
if we,
maybe we have to have our LCAP adoption on Friday the 27th.
Ooh. That knocked one out.
I mean,
Knock one out.
Miguel's out.
Well,
where am I? Okay.
Knock two out.
We got to do it by June 30th.
Right.
So maybe Monday, June 30th. I don't know.
No, we're missing one over there. So the 26th, Thursday the 26th, instead of June 25th?
6 a.m. flight on the 27th is what he's saying.
Oh,
Philly's open Thursday the 26th.
it's evil.
Yeah, but it could just be the LCAP.
Well, this may, if the board next Friday makes some final proposals, revise it, as long as the board understands you might not get it till Tuesday morning and you're okay with that,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
reality
probably.
about now.
And you'll know what the changes will be made to it, so it's not like you would have seen the whole thing for the first time.
True.
I'm good with that.
Sorry, yeah, we're going to get it Tuesday morning, the 24th. Is that what you're saying?
That it, depending on how much more revisions
Right.
we have to make out of
That's
the
okay with me. Does that satisfy the board,
Yeah, I'm
you know,
fine.
Brown Act?
Posting.
Yeah. the posting.
Yeah, there's not a problem. So it's not uncommon sometimes for attachments not to be ready for a variety of reasons. As long as the agenda is as long as the item is properly agendized so the public knows what actions the board is going to take. I know boards don't typically like to receive the majority things like on the night of the board meeting, but that does happen from time to time. But
So, so we're clear, we're gonna go forward, we're adding Friday, and we're keeping 25th, okay. Okay.
I just can't be here.
I don't have a life, so that works for me. That's why I come here. So we've covered now the study session on local control accountability plan for tonight. And, we're now adjourned. So,